Start with our meeting because we have to deal with serious issues, and serious issues about housing in our communities. That's what we are dealing with. First of all, I want to greet the directors in our meeting. I want to greet the public. If the public is listening in, I want to welcome you in our meeting with the public. Also, I want to welcome the councillors, the committee members, Councillor Strubel, Councillor Petros, Councillor Jason White. I want to welcome also Councillor Aubrey Chengwa in our meeting. We are going to deal with issues
Good morning,
around housing today.
Chairperson.
This is an integrated human settlement meeting, and we are going to deal with the issues that is in front of us, and that is the housing matters that we are going to deal with. I also want to welcome the officials in this meeting. The director corporate is here, the director planning is here, director infrastructure is here, director community services is here, the CFO is here. The big five is in our meeting. I must applaud you for that. It is history in the making for all the directors to be in the meeting of housing. So I want to salute you. Also, I want to welcome Councillor Cleo. I see your hand is up because I didn't welcome you, but I welcome you now. Don't worry about that. Don't start with your
Thank you,
today.
Chairperson. Good morning.
So all the officials here, I also want to welcome communication manager, Mr. Bota, and also Tracy in our meeting. Morgan is also in our meeting. I want to welcome you from the finance department. And also I want to welcome Councillor Bonele. He just arrived here. Maybe he was busy with bungalows and Kailetu, dealing with it, but I want to welcome you also in this meeting. Point number 2. Before we go to point number 2, I just want to say that housing is it's a basic right. And when we deal with housing, is that we have to bring the dignity of our people back. And I don't know who's the acting or who's the MM for today. Can someone just indicate to me who's the MM for today? Or is the MM present? Is the MM here?
Chair, the MM is busy in the committee room with a meeting, but he is at work today.
Because there's an item that I'm going to need him on before we are going to deal with it. So I also want to welcome him in our meeting while he's busy on the other side. What very important people, I don't know who they are. If they are more important than our people, that they are needing houses. I also want to welcome Councillor Chokolo in our meeting. Point number 2, attendance members present. Can you just indicate members who is present?
Chairperson, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Councillor Hilton Strubel present.
Good morning to everyone. Councillor Petros is present.
Councillor Bailey, you can start now. I can see you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Councillor Davis
Bailey, can you hear
present.
me?
I can hear you loud and clear, very, very clearly.
Because I also received that you have some flu.
Yes, I might be out of
Councillor
breath
Bailey,
now
can
and
you hear
then,
me?
but I will be fine. Chair,
hear
I
me,
can hear you clearly.
Can we sort it out, please? Can we have 2 minutes to deal with that IT, please, man?
Councillor Davis, I can hear you.
Councillor Cleo. She also can't hear. She hear me, but she can't. We can't hear her.
Chairperson, can you hear me? Okay, I can hear you.
Councillor Will, can you hear me? Councillor Cleo, can you hear me?
Chair, I can hear you loud and
Can you
clear.
get ITA director, please, ma'am?
Chair,
Chair, I can hear you clearly.
Lavelle, I can hear you. Chairperson can obviously can't hear us then. I hope IT sorts it out soon.
Can we come back in 5 minutes, please, ma'am? We're going to start. I see Councillor Lavelle, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chair.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I hope you are good because last time I hear about that you have flu. I hope you are fine now. Councillor
Yes,
Cleo,
thank
can
you,
you hear
Chair.
me?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, thank you. I can hear you. Can you hear me now, Chair?
I can hear you very clear and loud. What is the other person there? Okay, now it's fine. It's the MM and boy. Okay, it's fine. Can we go to point number 2, members present in the meeting? Councillor Arons, I also want to welcome you in the meeting. Can you just indicate that you're in the meeting?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm present. Thank you.
Can we go to point 2.2, members absent with leave? Is members absent with leave? No members absent with leave. Members, 2.3, members absent without leave? No, must die. Councillor Charlie is absent. Without leave, it is by 2.3. Can we go to 2.4? Other councillors present. Councillor White is present, Councillor Chakolo is present, and Councillor Aubrey is present. There's no other councillors present. We are 2.4. 2.5, officials present. Can we start on my left-hand side? Can we start with the MM? Is the MM online? Okay, can we start on my left-hand side?
Richard Martin, Director, Integrated Human Settlements.
Clifford Julius, CFO.
Johnny Douglas, Director, Community Services.
Anthony Morgan, Assets Accountant, Liabilities Accountant.
Albert Daris, Project Coordinator, Human Settlement.
Good morning, Reggie Veso, Director, Infrastructure.
Good morning, Portia Lindy, Human Settlements.
Good morning, I'm Andy Sotunyo, Director, Planning and Development.
Good morning, Chairperson Marlene Boyce, the Director, Corporate Services.
Jalal is also here and Tracy. 2.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. If I could just say an apology for Mr. Lindile Patuna, the housing manager. He's unfortunately preparing a presentation for tomorrow's IDFLA workshop.
Present members of the audit committee. Is there any members of the audit committee present? Gazelle? None. Members of the public present? Okay, that's fine. Thanks. Point number 3, noting for the provisional schedule for code of conduct for councillors for the Local Government Municipality System Act 32 of 2000 and code for ethical leadership and adoption by council. Noting, can we note it? Okay, thanks. Confirmation of the minutes, 4.1. Of the previous meeting, by held 3rd July 2025, page 4. Can we go with the minutes? Can you go with the minutes?
Yes, Chair, I didn't pick up anything from my side.
Thanks, Councillor Lavelle. 4.2. The one point that I pick up here, I just want to ask it to my director. This process of this pilot project of the storage, we have to start with the process. We have to start with the process because I'm getting phone calls 12 o'clock the night, and the administration have to run with this process because we agreed there was money budget for it. We have to start with the process. We can't wait until the Messiah is coming. And the Messiah is not coming now. So I want to ask very nicely that we have to start with the process, finalize the process, so we can see how this thing is going to work in our communities. That we have to bring the dignity of our people back. It is on page 7, number 5, because we have to bring the dignity of our people back. On that, I'm not going to compromise. So if we are going to prolong this whole process, it means that we are not serious about our people. And I want my department, through my director, to run with this process. It's no use we have budget money for it, but we don't implement it. Thanks, Councillor Aubrey.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Very good morning, everyone. Chair, look, I also, I'm just trying to check now the matters arising and so on. In fact, I wanted to maybe request, in fact, on the very same issue which you've just raised. Maybe if you can just get an update. I remember, and you are quite correct, Chair, when you say that we need to bring the dignity of our people. You know, all of us, we know the condition, of all these informal areas. And if there are people which can, perhaps, as presented here previously. So if you can just get a brief as to, I know as we've indicated this budget, and they were informed that there would be a pilot project, and as soon as you guys came back from George on that site visit. So, Mina, what I wanted to just get, maybe whether 1 or 2 minutes, just to understand how far are we, because we suppose, I see on the what to call, but I really wanted to just get on that one. Maybe, yeah, basically, how far is the process? When do we think we're going to start with the process? And somebody must not come and mislead us here. If you know we are not going to start, don't say it here. You know, so what is important, what I want to get, remember, out of our report back meeting, I'm supposed to be having a meeting tomorrow. And the part of what Fighter, particularly this project, was also reported and in the community. So we definitely need to understand so that when going back to the community, we know exactly when are we starting with this particular project. Thank you.
Thanks, Director. Can you just summarize? Before the Director summarize, Councillor Bonelli, you want to say something around the minutes?
Yes, thanks, Chair. It's around the point that you raised. You mentioned that we budgeted for this particular project. Where is the money that we budgeted for? Can you indicate where is the money? Is in human settlement or is other department? The human settlement, what can proceed with this project if the money is not there? Can you clarify that one, Chair, please?
Director, can you deal with it? I will deal with the other one, or the CFO can deal with it.
Yes, on the question of the budget, an amount has been budgeted for. Unfortunately, it was indicated in the budget under engineering. I know colleagues in finance will environment it back to the housing department. So the money is there, it's not being utilized for anything else. It's just a question of, I think it was just a wrong allocation. And that will be corrected, and they're aware of that. On number 2, pertaining to the item in front of us, as you now know, we went to George, we came back. It was a good visit. I think we all understand how the technology can work. As indicated then, I needed to have the professional services panel tender has closed last week. It will go to the BEC so that I can get a engineer stroke environmental person that can write the specification. We will then be able to go out very soon after that, put out a tender so that we need, because in the tender there's 2 things that needs to happen. One, we agree that what we will do is that we will first do a pilot study that will run for three months. So in the pilot study, we need to clearly indicate or decide which areas we're going to utilize for the pilot study. That's the first thing. And what part of that tender will also be indicating clearly what are the key performance indicators so that at the end of that process we can do an evaluation and then decide on which company we think we want to contract with. So it is just not a straightforward just go out and get people to come. I know there is a company in George, and I know we've seen the company in George, but I need to go through a proper process in terms of the procurement of this. I hope to do that, to start with that, writing the specification and issuing the tender very soon, so that we can get going on that process. So yes, the commitment is still there to deliver on this program. Unfortunately, it's just that we have to respect the procurement process that we have to go through, as discussed with you earlier.
Actually, what we want time frames. We want to say that we can estimate we are going to start in January or in next year, April. Because I hear what you are saying, but we need time frames set. It will take us another 3 months to deal with this whole process. Then we know where we are standing. Because the problem that we are sitting with, Directorate, it is when there is no time frames of timelines to these projects. And that is why then we find answers like cancellations of certain things happening because we don't have time frames, and these things speak directly to our people, directly. I want us to fast track this whole process. Councillor Aubrey, can you go on?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks to the response from the director. You know, Chair, I'm not sure whether I've captured the director quite well. Speaking about appointing writing specification. And if I recall quite well, in as much as we all want correct processes to unfold, right? But there were people which were here and which spoke about what you call it, a pilot, you know. So that simply suggests that we are going to, if the director can just explain to me, in a nutshell, he's saying that he's going to appoint these people which are going to be appointed, which are going to put together specifications. Then, because where my interest is at this point in time, was we must be able to put this particular process, on the ground, in order for us to check it, to check as to whether is it going to work for us or not. Hence that 3 months. So we must wait for specification to get those people to do pilot. That's what is actually saying in a nutshell through you, Chair. I wanted to understand, so that we put this thing off the table, you know, and so if that's going to be the process, Chair, we will really put this thing off the table, because I can tell you now today, you know, if that's going to, because there were people here which indicated to us that no, we are willing to bring this whatever, for pilot. And that doesn't necessarily mean those people are going to be appointed. If they want to bring, in terms of, on their own risk, their staff, for us to put it on the test whether it's going to work for our people or not, I don't really think there will be a harm on that. You know, so basically that's why I wanted to check so that we really don't speak about this thing again. I wanted to get that clarity. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Director. Can you just, in a few...
Yes, the council is correct. If it was that they will come and do a pilot, and then we make that decision whether this is the correct technology and then run a tender, that would have been the quick process to do. Unfortunately, that is not necessarily the process. The process would be that when they come and do a pilot, they would want us to commit to also purchasing units post the pilot. So therefore, we have to follow a procurement procedure that we clearly indicate that will be a two-phase process. One is that there will be a pilot period, and then at the end of that pilot period, we'll be able to assess which of the technologies is actually going to work for us. So we will integrate, as I said earlier, we'll integrate a two-stage process in terms of the tender, so that we don't have to go out again for tender, but we have clear KPIs that we can measure the end. So if it was a question, says Councillor, I would have been the first person to say, come and do it. But in my meeting prior to their presentation, I asked them, will they be able to do a gratis, they said that's fine, but they would want a commitment that we at least will purchase X number. And if that is the process, then obviously I am bound to then follow a proper SCM process. I wouldn't be saying taking it off, because that is not what we want to do. We want to pursue the thing, and that is why, in terms of the tender process, we will combine the two-stage process into one, so that we don't have to go out again. We will be able to go through. It is most likely that the company that presented here, because we have been on site and saw the technology, is most probably at the moment the best technology that we can utilize. But I am not at liberty just to decide who can come and who can go. I unfortunately have to follow a process for that.
Thanks, Director. I think you have answered some of, but we have to just work on the time frame. Okay, and come back to us, thanks. Can we go to 4.2? Councillors, committee members? Can you put it on so we can hear that you are saying we can move? You are not in the district now.
We can proceed, in nice now.
Thanks, man. Can we go to point number 5? Matter submitted by the municipal manager on page 15. The submission of the business plan for 2024-2025 financial year, June to June 2025. Committee members, can you take us through? Can you take us through? Is it fine? Committee members?
Chair, my hand is up.
Thanks, sorry, Councillor Vale, you are very close to me. I didn't see you, but now you can speak around it.
Chair, first of all, I just want to convey my disappointment because in the council meeting, you said that you will give a report on the reasons why on the Sedgefield housing grant issue. It's not on this item. There was a lot of time to submit a supplementary report. So I'm just asking as we begin this, if we can add a recommendation, because this is from the 24-25 financial year and it's just dealing with the claims. But I think it's important that we add a recommendation that a comprehensive report be submitted to the next section 80 on the reasons for not spending the Sedgefield grant allocation. So that's what I'm asking, Chair, if we can add that into the committee, because that is important. It was promised to this committee and it links to this. There's no claim for Sedgefield. This is relevant. So I just want to ask committee, Chair, you can just respond to that. A comprehensive report be submitted to the next section 80 on the reasons for not spending the Sedgefield grant allocation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Other committee members, you want to say something on the report before I'm gonna give my input?
Thank you, Chair. That's also my concern, Mr. Will cover me partly there, because if I look, money spent and then also the total of 22 million, I don't see Sedgefield here. So was that the reason why the money was being taken away, because the money was not spent?
Okay, thanks. Other councillors? Committee members? I see Councillor Bonella, don't worry.
Chair,
See you, my
thank you very much. Just my input, Chair, in this report. Let's welcome first the report. And we can, as my colleague on the TV is talk about the disappointment. On this same page, page 15, the project Vision 2002, 2.2, 30 sites. Those were the temporal sites, or where's those sites? If I can get the answer for those one as well, I will say thank you very much for the department. Although it was a struggle to finish those 30 houses, but we complete. Thank you very much for the hard working to those one we contributed for the Kaileti project. So I thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Tokola, then is Councillor Obrey, then I will give my input.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Chair, just to understand on page 16, of the Kailetu bungalows, I see we've actually claimed that is up until the end of April. I don't know if anything happened after that, up to June, because the report speaks to up to June, the heading, but the body of the report is saying up until April 2025. So the Kailetu bungalows, if you look at it, the amount that we've received, it's 3,072,000, whereas our claim is 3.6, which means that we have spent some of our own funding, which is about, that's about 500,000. Which means we've spent money from our side, it's not from province. Are we going to be able to get that money from this, the allocation for this financial year? Because I see the next item speaks to that, because we didn't get what we're supposed to get in the previous financial year. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Aubrey.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think Councillor Jokolo have just covered me on the question which I've just posed. Chair, my second issue, I think, Chair, it's going to be important for us, because I'm quite worried, Chair. You know, when we started this meeting, and they're saying that the provision of a house, I mean, it's a right, it's a human right, and you are quite correct, you know, in saying that. Secondly, Chair, on the issue of Sedgefield, I remember on that council meeting when the councillor raised a particular issue, and I've also raised to say the issue of 8 million, I'm also aware. I must also sensitize, but we were told that we are talking stories there, there's nothing written down. You know, what I really wanted to understand, because it is really worrisome, Chair, the issue, I want to be specific, because we need to understand, where do we lack? Why are we not spending money? Where do we lack? If we are lacking, I'll tell you, Chair, me and you, we know that this particular department used to be run by Davia Tonis. It used to be run by Mawetu. Is Pengle that guy, ne? Is Pengle, Mama? Mawetu Pengle, where we receive awards. It's nice, you know. So what is fundamental? Because I'm quite worried, Chair, we need to really, as the committee, in fact, as councillors, we need to understand what was the fundamental reason, and people must be honest here. People must speak the truth here. People must never come and you know, we need to understand why that particular amount of Sedgefield, I mean, has not been spent, and the money is taken away. And the likelihood, Chairperson, let me tell you, again, if we are not moving elsewhere, I mean, in this project, I mean, there is another bulk of money which is going to be taken away. So, Akiri, where are we? You know, what are the issues? What are the challenges? Because I've said here in the last council meeting, yeah, we had capacity. Yeah. And I'm not scared to repeat what I've said. I said, if we are saying that we've got an issue here, we've got the likes of herbataries which have been dealing with our issues here, successfully so. You know, we had, the likes of Portia, Lindy, which have been acting. And when those colleagues were they were hands-on. I mean, we could see, movement. Because these things are speaking to our, speaking directly to our people. You know, issues of Vision 2002, I know even in Ward 8. And I'm not raising these issues because Darius is here, Portia is here, you know, yeah, those people are here. I'm raising it, I've raised it in the council meeting, and I'm still maintaining what is the issue? What is the challenge? So that, Chair, we really deal with the challenge. Because I'm worried, you know, come next financial year, the allocation, we receive 20 million or 23, 20, how much? 28 this financial year. We are running a risk of getting 10 million. You know, what are we going to do with 10 million? And one must remember, we've got places where we are behind. You know, in places like Honley, I don't want to speak about Renendal. We've been talking about Renendal forever. I mean, we've been talking about Seshfield, you know, and I'm so embarrassed because I was once a mayor here. You know, where we had to invite Tesha Simmers. in a meeting. When Teshas get into that community meeting in Seshfield, I remember, you know, he told us our issues. So hence I'm saying that we need to understand, just so that we can really deal with the issues heads on. And I would always encourage that in all what we're going to do, we need to be honest here. And just, you know, and I know in that particular department, and I'm not canvassing for people, because I know we've got capable people there. You don't need to go and get people elsewhere, which are going to take 3, 4, 5, 6 months to learn and understand, you know, so that we can get things moving. I think let me stop there. I'll come back on the second item. It's important because we are far behind. If you go to Pito is building like nobody's business. Go to George next door there by what is that place? Macro. You know those people, because let me park it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Arendse, can you?
Thank you for giving me a follow-up, Chair. Around the bungalows in Kairetu, I remember the last time the people of province was here, there was a concern around the quality of the bungalows that was built there. Did the department go back and look at that? And also, was there an estimate amount around to erect those structures? Are the prices that the contractors give, are they more or less in line with that? Or are we wasting money there? Thank you.
Thanks. Director, are you going to respond? Then I'm going to conclude the whole debate. But it was a very good debate.
Can I ask that Mr. Darius respond to some of the...
Before you respond, Councillor Petros, I was asked first the committee members to speak.
Thank you very much.
Now you can speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just say thank you to our Department of Integrated Human Settlement on the project of Flinters, that 10 units. But I'd like to get clarity on the issue of Kolweni. I just saw here there's the amount of 840,000. Can I get the clarity on what was happening there?
Chair.
Councillor Bonele.
Chair, thank you very much, man. The input coming from the councillors in total, they are so happy about how the housing doing their best. In terms of the issue of Kayaletu, I can answer that one. Bungalows. Councillor Rasta has been big improvement in terms of the concern that was raised by the National Department, but that time was here. They raised the issue of inside has been done already. I think that the manager is preparing the report, if it's not yet final, that when it's complete, the report definitely will be presented to us, especially on this committee, to know exactly what was happening there on that one. But in terms of the improvement, in terms of the work was concerned, it's been done. So most work was been done there. Thank you very much. I'm happy, even myself. If I can go inside there, you can sleep peacefully. Thank you.
Thanks. Director, through you too, Mr. Darius. Mr. Darius, can you respond? I will conclude the whole debate.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair. Regarding the question from Councillor Gogowana, the site visit was done in Damsabos. We have done about 45 sites in Damsabos South. So the service was installed there. And Councillor could call out, it was an error from our side. It's supposed to be not April, but it was supposed to be end of June 2005. And regarding the 3.6 million that was reduced to 3 million, we did claim that money back, the difference. The money was paid up front because the contractor was on site at that time. Not all the beneficiaries was registered, and once all the beneficiaries were registered, we claimed the difference. So that money has been paid over. There's no money used from council side on this one. And regarding Councillor Petros' question about Kolweni, if Councillor know, remember we were supposed to build 4 houses in Kolweni. And there was an issue with the church next door which claimed the land. And I'm not sure if that issue was resolved, but as soon as the issue with the church is resolved, we will go back to province and ask for money for that for. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. This report, if I read this report is a 2024-2025 report. If I see through this report, then I can see, and I want to say to the department, you have done what the money that you receive from province. Because the money from province is also coming from national. Because national are giving money to province are giving money to districts or to the municipalities. This is how the process is working. And unfortunately, if national or province give us R5, this is the dilemma that we are sitting with. It's not that we don't want to perform. If you see 2024-2025, you're sitting with the department that was having actings. There was actings in the department. I think we have appointed the director just started in January, where we already start with the financial year in June, July. Now you come in December, there's already projects that are supposed to be dealt with. So mine is that we understand there's a lot of challenges in housing, and we have to deal with it. And I'm still saying here, we are going to wait for the report, and I agree with Councillor Lavelle, why the 8 million rand of 2024-2025 was not being spent in Setfield. If that money of 2024-2025 was spent in Setfield, the money that it was budgeted for, then we would never have a riot in Setfield. We would never have a riot in Setfield. Because the money of 2024-25 was not spent. Then we have to go to 2025 to put that money there. So what I'm trying to say is that we're sitting with a lot of challenges, but we are dealing with it to see that all these areas, because Setfield, Karatera, for all these guys, even Mr. Adonisele, that are so being wonderlijk today. Rinda Karatera Setfield was die stiefkinders van Knysna municipality. Want het kom by housing. And I'm not here to lambast people and lambast people that are not here anymore. But what I'm saying is the reality. We have to see how we can rectify it. I agree with Councillor Lavelle because it was said to us, and I agree that we need a full report of why the 8 million rand was not being spent for 2024-2025 in Setfield. So we can have clear understanding what was the reasons behind it to deal with it. But I want to say to the directorate and to the team, through your directorate, that you are working very hard. Even if there are small issues, you are dealing with it and you are working very hard. And you have to work as a collective. Even if you have different issues there, deal with it inside. Don't let people outside know what is the difference that you have. You deal with it inside. So from our side as the committee, we want to allude to you for the report that we are in front of us. And we agree that that of Councillor Weil will be one of the recommendations that we need in the next meeting, a full report of why the 2024-2025, the 8 million rand was not spent in Setfield, because there must be a reason given why it was never spent, that money for 2024-2025 in Setfield. Can we go with the recommendations? Committee members?
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. We are at 5.2.
Chairperson, we did not get answers.
No, sorry. You were outside when the director answered you, councillor. You were outside. No. You were outside. You were going to make tea outside. You were making tea outside. 5.2. 5.2, I want one of the managers to give us an input around 5.2. The one input I want to find out. And I spoke to my directorate around the 8 million rand for 2025-2026 of Setfield. And how we can deal. I already submit emails to the mayor of the town and to my directorate, how we can deal with it. Because we can't have another situation that we can't do things in that area of Setfield. But can someone take us through the report from the director side to Mr. Daris? Can you take us through the report? And then the committee members are going to ask some questions. And I will come to the councillors, Councillor White. I will recognize you, except if you are not going to make tea outside.
Chairperson, the Department of Infrastructure have allocated 33 million to Nice municipality. And we have submitted a report to this committee and asked that the 33 million be divided, as we said here, to Vision 5.5, to Slalani 2 million, to Calais to 16 million, to Sedgefield 8 million, and to Flinters 1.6 million. That is, the committee have approved it that the money, the 33 million must be divided like that. And there was an informal meeting between Knysna municipality and the department, where the Department of Infrastructure informed us that due to budget reducing in the budget from national, they're going to reduce all the municipalities' allocation. That was informal until today. I haven't seen anything that was formal that said that the Knysna municipality's budget was 33 million will be reduced to 25 or whatever amount. But we haven't received any formal correspondence from the department that they said they're going to reduce us. The director can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes,
It's a very short report that you are giving, but it's fine, Director, you can
I was
continue.
going to say, I mean, as reported in the law, I think we discussed this item before. What has happened, obviously, is that as the Daris is correct, in the Section 80 Committee and Council approved in terms of our 33 million, that is the way we're going to spend it, and that is also, Councillor Davis will remember, that is how we discussed it. Unfortunately, when we had our quarterly meeting that we have with province, we were informed that there's going to be a reduction from 33 to 25, which unfortunately then means that the 8 million cannot be utilized. And that is unfortunately when the bad news came through, that we won't have the 8 million that we thought we would have for Sedgefield to take the project forward. What we did get from province, because I requested for something in writing, what we did get was just a confirmation from the allocation that we will get for next financial year, the 2 financial years. And those who have been in the public meeting will know that I shared that correspondence in the public meeting in Sedgefield, which indicate a confirmation that we will get funding for 26-27. If my figure is correct, Mr. Taris, it was 16 in the first year and something like 21 in the second, 27-28. So that is a confirmation that we have in writing. As to the reduction, no, we have not. It was just an email communication in which I was informed about. And one of the main reasons, obviously, has been the question of the reduction, as we previously reported, but also the issue that in terms of where we are with the implementation, the procurement, etc., the department felt that we will not be able to spend that, an amount before the end of the financial year. So they've encouraged us rather to continue with our procurement process so that we can, when the funding is transferred on the 1st of April, that we will be ready to start to spend that money. So that is where we are, and we have explained that in previous meetings. We have taken the heat for that, and we take the responsibility. But that is unfortunately the reality, and that is the way it is reported to Council, that there was a further reduction, which unfortunately meant that the Sedgefield 8 million could not be spent. However, we are continuing with the evaluation process of our tender so that we are ready in terms of the actual spend. Can I just make the point that councillors must remember that the financial year for province and for the nice municipality is different. So their financial year is 1st of April, isn't it? Start 1st of April. And therefore, in terms of the thinking, is that, you know, there's a couple of months left before they actually put the money in our account or they do the allocation. And on the basis of that, we are continuing with our process as planned so that we are ready. And we don't have to repeat the whole procurement process, which will take another year to do, unfortunately. Or, well, less than that, but it does seem to take very long to get a contractor on board. So that's where we are at the moment, councillors.
Thanks, committee members. We start on the far left-hand side and I come to my right-hand side.
Chair,
Don't worry, I see you, Councillor Cleo and Councillor Lavelle. Don't worry, I saw your hands there.
Chair, thank you very much about the report that we received from the department. My question or my input to make sure that we don't have that reduction each and every year. If the province or the national government, when they give us money, they give in terms of the milestone. So it means from April until July, where we're starting our financial year, is already the first quarter, and then a reduction because there's no movement in terms of our funds. Because if now we get this money of 33 million on April, until today is no any movement, only this 2.4 million, that is the claim that we already received. So it means in terms of their milestone, if they say the first quarter, you must spend 25%, second quarter, 50%, we are not even in a half to spend that money. What we can do as a municipality to make sure that at least we measure to cover that, that milestone if they're doing like that, to avoid a reduction of the funds anymore. Second, as is not yet clear according to the report, it definitely will be the reduction. What we can do to speed up in terms of December, at least we spend 50% of this 33 million in December. Can we do that as a department to make sure we spend 50% of the department? I know director is working so hard with his team. They can achieve that. We can work as a team to make sure that there's no more reduction can happen due to non-expenditure in the department. Thank you.
Councillor Aronson, then Councillor Hilton, and then Councillor Lavelle, then Councillor Cleo, and then the other councillors.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for...
Also, I just want to welcome the MM in our meeting.
Thank you, Chair, for your business plan for this current financial year, but once again, it makes no provision for honorary. For the past years now, we talk about the honorary info, and there was money allocated, but then there was no appetite to spend that money, and the excuse was the people invaded and at Drouwapazua. Now again, you come with a business plan here, but there's no money. And we did set most Bihai Heights. Why can't we secure money for Bihai Heights? But once again, there's not 1 cent for 1 year. And that's a bit concerning. Thank you.
Councillor Strubel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, just on the report, I think it's been going on obviously for years that we have, as Councillor Chengwa have said, they don't even want to speak about the Redendal, that we have voiced our dissatisfaction. I think, but obviously we understand what is the causes of the delay in Redendal and the lack of development. However, we do know that there is opportunity in terms of, obviously, we've got bungalows there as well. We've got informal settlements. And I just want to say on this platform that the community is, I think, is now at a stage that we try to educate them as far as we can, Chairperson. And I think the community have now also, in terms of the informal settlements, resolved. And I want to say it on this platform that soon, from the informal settlements, that the department will receive a petition for the upgrade of the informal settlements. So I just want to give you a heads up that we really look at ways of how we're going to upgrade these informal settlements. It is not a new thing. It is happening across the province. So that we really, we know that in terms of PNG houses, etc., middle income, that is a problem, because then we look at the infrastructure, which has been a problem for many years. But definitely in terms of informal settlements, that if we could just get acceleration on that, it might assist. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Councillor Strubel. Councillor Cleo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just wanted to get clarity and also state that we note the 8 million and the decrease in the funding. But my question is, why does it have to come from Sedgefield? Why can we not then make up that money and take money from the other projects so that we can still cover and provide for Sedgefield? And then the other that I wanted clarity on is I've had the request to do a bulk services capacity upgrade report for Karatra. We know that province has advised that we haven't had a capacity upgrade report since 2018 for Ward 2. And if we are needing to get the funding for that, would it come through the business plan proposal funding, or is that internal funding so that we could have our capacity upgrade reports? If I can please have that clarity.
Thanks, Councillor Lavelle.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me, sorry, my voice will just go out and in. Apologize, it's just the flu. If I can just, Councillor Vanston has covered me. Just if the director can respond to a first question, and then also, if Chair, there can be a system that is implemented. Man, this is not something that's happening now. This is something, the sexual issue is happening. It's happening recurring for a number of years already. And I mean, we go way back from, I mean, my previous term as well, where we, you know, it's just been a long, unpleasant process, you know, and the reality is that people, they made it clear that province is giving us the money, but we are not, the user department is not spending it. So I want to appeal, Chair, through you to the director to work out a performance metric or something that will just assist the officials with timelines. If they know that the tranche will come from April onwards next year, then they start to plan it. You know, they start to plan, and with time frames, with a delegated person, and actually hold people accountable for not spending. You know, because for us to say every year, and I mean, you're right, Chair, we cannot blame the current director because he only came recently. So it's not about a blame game. It's about the fact that the perception of the community is that the housing department cannot run new projects. They can only do old projects. They don't have the capacity to do new projects. And that perception keeps increasing, and we need to change that. So I'm just appealing that proper mechanisms we put in place, proper timeframes we put in place, the responsible people are identified, there are targets given to them, so that we can actually see the implementation of the Sedgefield Info housing project, Chair. So that's all I want to say from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hola.
Chairperson,
I see you.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, I think the ward councillor has spoken there, and I think that his suggestions are very clear, and I totally agree with those. But I do want it just to get clarity on this, Chair, as to the allocations. Whose prerogative is it to, when there's a reduction, who decides on what project will be reduced or not? Is it the municipality or is it province? Because for me, I would think it should be more of the municipality's responsibilities, because we are actually here on the ground, we are closer to the projects, and we should know as to which projects at least can stand for now. So I would like to, even though I haven't got the answers yet, Chair, but I would like to go on the side of whereby I can say we as this municipality should be able to decide where the reduction should be, if there's a reduction from province. So we should decide, because we know where we stand with our projects. But I totally agree with what Councillor has said there. This thing of Sedgefield, Chair, since I came into this council, it's been the song of this council, Sedgefield infill, and the previous mayor, he knows what the situation is there in Sedgefield. So I don't know how, we can't emphasize it more than it has been emphasized, Chair. Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Aubrey.
No, Chair, thank you very much once again, Chair. Chair, look, I think let me also follow suit in terms of welcoming the Agritis business plan 25-26. But again, you know, Chair, and I want to say it again, you see, these forums, in fact, the Section 80, that's where we must debate issues. And also when you ask a question, somebody must respond to your question, you know, and somebody must respond so that we don't just go in a council meeting and again prolong. You know, my concern here, Chair, again, you know, I want to just go a little bit. You know, I want to remind you, we once received 70, 80 million from province. 70, 80 million. That's one thing which we cannot run away from. You know, and I want to make reference again about David Donis, and I'll continue, because I must hear, I'm not talking about something which somebody told me about. I must part and parcel of the projects, you know, part and parcel of those communities there. Darius was there, working for Santec and other colleagues during those years. You know, we were spending money when we received money, you know. So that's why I wanted to understand what was the reason. I know there's a report which people are referring to. You know, otherwise, if we are not getting where we're supposed to go, we are going to sit with the problem again. So, but in conclusion, I really want to say, again, this issue, again, as Councillor Chokolov indicated, the issue of Sedgefield, and I wish that that particular issue can really be prioritized. I'm quite worried again, we are running a risk. So I think let me stop there, you know. And those people which were there, they know exactly. Johnny was here during those years. When we were building houses like nobody's business, you know. So I want to say it again, you know, when we say this thing, I'm not gonna, give a person roses if he doesn't perform. I don't do that. You know, I give credit where is due. Because here we are talking about the life of our people. We've got a responsibility of changing the lives of our people. And if you cannot do it now, during our term in this council, I don't know. So I wanted just to make that submission. Thank you very much.
Thanks. MM? Or must I speak before you, MM?
No, you will wrap up.
You can speak, yes.
You will wrap up. No, Chair, I think the issue is performance. It's simple as that. We are not performing. You know, when you read the letter from the province, it's very comprehensive. It's around 3 to 5 pages. It details things that were not done. You were supposed to have submitted this, you did not submit. You were supposed to have done this, you did not do. You were supposed to have done this, you did not do. So we are our own enemies in terms of not performing. So each project is on its own. If it's Sedgefield, it's Sedgefield. So you can't go and punish a Khayelitsha, you know, and say we'll take money from Khayelitsha, an allocation from Khayelitsha. You look where the problem is. And there has never been performance. That's a fact of the matter. There's never been performance. And I've raised this thing with Lindile, I don't know how many times, to say, but you have been here, you guys have been here, you know this work, you know your work. Why have you not submitted this? Why have you not submitted that? Why have you not submitted that? Because here, if you say I'm going to submit a business plan by this date, by this time, you need to submit that. So if this project is not performing, in terms of its cash flows, the province will reduce the allocation. Because you are not meeting your own milestones that you set yourself on. So I think, Councillor Lowe, for me, this indaba you speak about, it must start internally. It must start internally, to say, how are we going to use the little that we have been given? Forget about 70 million, but let's start at 25 million. How are we going to make sure, all of them, Abo Posha here are they, Abo Posha, Abo Taris. Oh, Taris have been here for ages. Why are we in this state of, let's have our own internal inquiry. Close doors, Councillor Law, confront issues. About Bronwyn, everybody who's there, so that we are able to say, where is the problem? Why are we not performing? You know, because this money, even this one is going to be reduced if we are not performing. We are going to the end where we are going to get zero. We're not going to get anything. So it's not it's something that must be confronted. It must be confronted, Councillor. Before we go to that external one in October that you want, I fully agree with you. Let's have it before the end of September. Let's sit down, get somewhere else, sit down. If we go to Brenton, we go to, somebody must be able to say, where's the problem? Why are we not performing? It's strange, Chairperson, it's strange, because when you get these letters from the province, it's disappointing. I've even said to the CFO, that's why Anthony is here. We have said to the CFO, can you come closer to human settlements? Because there's an issue of non-performance that we must be able to ease the things that we have got. And all these things are historical, they come from far. You know, that letter is able to detail. You said in this period you were going to do this, it didn't happen. In this period you were going to do this, it didn't happen. In this period you were going to do this, it didn't. And why would we be such a state of affairs with very, like about Daris, you know, these colleagues have been here. In ages, they can be able even to whisper when there's a problem. They must be able to then say there's a crisis here. If we don't do this, this is not going to happen. I request that, Councillor Law, because it's not going to assist us that certain officials here, they don't attend, they attend by leaves. Every now they're on leave. Every now they're on leave. Every now they're on leave. It's killing this institution in terms of human, and it's happening at human settlement only. You can't find it in finance. No, we don't have this problem. In all other departments, there's this particular problem, Councillor Law. I want to tell you now, at human settlement, that must be confronted, so that we are able to get to this. Councillor Tsengwa is correct. This municipality used to perform. It used to perform, and we must get it back to that particular level, so that money can come to us. You can have all your things. If you don't perform on the ground, for me, we've got to perform. So, Councillor Venstein, no, Councillor Jogol, the project stands on its own. You know, they are looking at the milestones. So I've, even myself and Dr. Martin, I've said to him, Dr. Martin, let's spend this 25. Let's not grumble about 8 million. Because 8 million is due to non-performance. Let's leave 8 million. Let's spend what we have. Spend each and every cent of the 25 million. Then you get, 8 million will come back. It will come back tripled if you perform and you spend every cent that is here. Let's put the milestones here. Say, for this project, these are the milestones. We go there, so that when we report to the portfolio committee, we report milestones. If we submit this business plan, the Section 8 must hold officials on this business. You said you are going to do this or this day. Have you submitted? Where's evidence? So that we are project-driven. Chairperson, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Charlie, then the mayor of the town.
Thank you, Councillor Law. Greetings to everyone. Sorry for coming late. I was somewhere. I didn't left my house now. I left my house at 8 o'clock. Now I just need to applaud Naisna municipality. The municipality that is the best of taking our people from bungalows and put them back in bungalows. That's the best thing that this municipality can do. That they are the best. You take me out from a bungalow, you go put me in a bungalow. That's the best that you can do in this department. Instead of coming, because those bungalows that you put there, you should have take that piece of land, services it, build proper houses for our people. Now it's always about bungalows, bungalows, bungalows. I applaud you. May God bless you. taking our people from poverty, putting them back into poverty. Because a bungalow is a bungalow. And when it comes to these bungalows, a chairperson, they are not following the right process. How could you give me a proper house and you are not taking the bungalow? We're sitting with a problem where people are saying that this is my bungalow. I'm going to say who's going to sit there. It's the officials that failed us. You can't say a bungalow that belongs, a property that belongs to Niger municipality, and then you're going to come and say it belongs to you. The municipality have give you an RDP houses. Those were the only waiting period. Once you receive your key, the municipality is the one should be responsible of saying that property does not belong to you. But now what we are seeing that you find out, especially I'm going to talk in Ward 3, you find that, Councillor Low, a person who stays in Ward 8 or in Ward 7 is staying in a bungalow in Ward 3. Then you'll find out that nothing has been done. Foreigners are staying in those bungalows. And nobody's doing anything. So I applaud you. I say, may God bless you.
Mayor?
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think we are speaking about a serious issue, Searchfield, which has been coming. In our last IDP, we said that the money is coming back because the last previous financial year, the money was taken away because it was not spent by the administration. So in April, March, May, we went to the residents and said the money is coming back. I think part of the reason the money we were not going to receive is because we are not going to be ready to spend it, which is a serious concern, MM. And it needs consequence management, not meeting. It can't be meeting, discuss, because the money was supposed to have been spent the last financial year, not this one that ended in June, the one that ended last year in June. At the time, myself and the former mayor, Councillor Kay, went to the resident to address them that the money has been taken away. And then we were moved. That taxi was vandalized. Still, second year, the money has not been spent. Last week we were there in Searchfield. Yourself were there, all of us were there. Officials didn't want to go there because they know last time we were moved. But we were there with the director and the MM, and we explained to the residents. And they were not happy. And even ourselves, we were not happy, but we have to go there because we can't be sitting at offices while the residents are not happy. We have to go and explain to the residents. So I'm saying that, MM, you need to look at this consequence management, and you also need to look at the supply chain process, because one of the issues that was raised is because of supply chain, the issue has not yet been awarded, it's still on a tender process. It needs to be finalized. If it's finalized, and you came with a proposal, Chair, and said that if this thing has been finalized in October, we can start spending from our internal funds. That's what you came with. We'll never spend 8 million by next year, January or March. We all know that we are not receiving money up front. We spend money and then we claim. If the tender process has been finalized, then inside we have to look at our own internal, how we're gonna deal with it. Because we need to start there in Searchfield. Even if you start with the first phase, we're not gonna spend, if you start in November, we're not gonna spend 5 million, we're not gonna spend 1 million, because December is closed. January we are back, February we go to adjustment budget, where we could do an adjustment. But we need to fast track the issue of supply chain process because it's there. Because the report we got, they might award in November or next year, January. That's too far. But if they can, by October, finalize, then we can get a contract on site by November. So, MM, it's between CFO, yourself, and Councillor Low. We need to check how can we get in terms of internal. If I look at the Section 1 report of May, the department has overspent So I must applaud you, Chairperson and the Director. We have, for the first time this year, we have spent all your money. The 8 million was not part of this money of the last previous budget. 8 million was part of this one that is currently now. If I look at your Section 1 report, you have spent more than 106. If you look at May, the June Section 1 report, you have overspent. So, which means that we must keep the momentum going, spend money so that we can receive more money. But the one of Sedgefield, the reason you haven't spent, because our financial year starts in July, but in July you were not ready. Which the MM must really look at the consequence management, because you guys should have looked at it, because it was last financial year, you did not spend because the tender process was not finalized. Again, this year we could not spend, the tender process is not finalized. So we are failing our people, administration. So we really seriously need to look at it and look at your proposal, which you have sent an email. But that one, MM needs to make sure with his BECs that they fast track the issue of supply chain process. Don't want to be seen that we are interfering there, but they must fast track that process. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you to all the councillors that have given input. The issue of Sedgefield is a very critical issue, and it has to be addressed. And that's why, from my side, I did write an emails to you as the mayor of the town. So we have to deal with that issue of Sedgefield. It's very critical that we have to. Councillor White, are you busy with the caucus there? Okay, sorry then. I didn't see your hand. I see just something.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to confirm, are we still on the business plan for the 25-26 financial year?
Yes, we are on that because Sedgefield is part of it. That's why,
okay.
5.2. Can you see there's 8 million rand for Sedgefield 5.2? You can see there's 8 million rand. And the report from Mr. Darius was that we never received a formal letter from the province that they are going to cut the money from Naisna. This is what Mr. Darius have said here. But there was a discussion, there was a meeting that was held between my directorate and the provincial government that are responsible, and the national government that are responsible for housing in allocation. There was an informal discussion around how about 33 million rand, it will become now 25 million rand.
Thanks, Chair. Can I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed, no problem.
All right, thank you, Chair. Chair, firstly, I want to start with agreeing with what the Executive Mayor has said. We need to look at this issue of consequence management, and it has been a thing that we have been talking about for this whole term. The IHS Directorate doesn't have new officials. The only person who's new in that department is the Director. So there shouldn't be any excuse for why we are not implementing our housing projects or why we're not spending the funding allocations that have been given to us. So that is the first thing. And then secondly, Chair, the Ward Councillor for Ward 11 has mentioned a very crucial matter that relates to plans for further housing opportunities for Hornley. The excuse now that we cannot proceed with the backyard dweller pilot project because that site has been invaded is a discussion that needs to be closed on. The department now needs to look at finding alternative sites so that we can look at implementing this project. And secondly, what I would like to see from a subsequent business plan that's going to come to this committee and to council, Bihai Heights needs to have a phase 2. And why the department is not moving on that, they've had this discussion for quite a while now. And none of that gets reflected into the business plans that we submit to the provincial government for approval. So I would actually like your committee chair to include it there as a recommendation that the subsequent business plan that comes to this committee and to council must include a plan for phase 2, or an application for phase 2 of Bihai Heights, that we proceed in that fashion. Thank you, Chair.
Director, can you respond, Mr. Darius? If you want to have a caucus with him, it's no problem. I will grant you the 1 minute caucus with him.
No. I was just going to ask him. I think
Mic is off.
yes, what we commit to do is that we will prepare a business plan for the next Section 80 committee with all the projects, with timelines and everything. The point I was just going to consult him about is I think it's a terminology for this item that we use, because this is just reporting on the money that we're getting. So I think the concept of business plan is most probably a bit misleading in terms of the heading. But we will prepare something for the next Section 80 committee that will engage all the projects that we are talking about, that we normally refer to as part of the pipeline. You will recall, Councillor, that, or the committee will recall that we brought an item here on a spreadsheet where all the projects has been allocated, and that has been approved by province in terms of our discussions with them. So they wanted us just to have a resolution. That resolution has been submitted to them. So we will translate that into a business case, into a business plan that can come back to this committee, as requested.
Mr. Darius, there were certain comments that was made here and issues that was raised. I know that we also have a sector plan, Mr. Director, that we adopted in council, and where all the areas of NICE is included in the sector plan. The only areas are included in the sector plan that we have to deal with. Mr. Darius?
Councillor, the first question that Councillor Wana was asking about, that we must reach at the end of December 50%. Province has set as a target, from 1st of April until the end of this month, we must spend 55%. And we are nearly there at 55% within the province financial year. So at the end of last financial year, we were standing at about 48%. So within this month, we still need to prepare claims, and then we will reach the target of 55% within the province financial year.
Can you clarify that for me? I want to get clarity. We are starting with 2025, 2026 financial year. So what you are saying, we don't talk about 2024, 25 now. We don't talk about them. It's 2025, 2026 that we are talking now. So what you are saying that by the end of this month, or by the end of September, we are going to set off 55% of allocation, if I'm correct, of claims. It means the 55% of work that has been done. That's what we are saying. Because we can't claim money, but we have done nothing. Because according to my understanding, how it worked, we claim on milestones, if I'm correct. And why I'm saying we claim on milestones, because once I was a chairperson, I was a CLO of a housing development in Honley. And when they do the payments out, they do payments out on milestones. If you have to paint this house, there's a milestone. If you have to do the brickwork, this is a milestone. If you have to do the roof, it's a milestone. I just want to get clarity around that, because I don't want a situation that we are saying that we, by the end of this month, we have 55% claims that we want to claim from the province. But the milestones doesn't talk to the claims that we ask from the province. Will it be in line with each other? Just help me there.
Chairperson, you must remember, as I said, province want in their financial year. So from the 1st of April until the end of September, in provincial financial year, not our financial year, in provincial financial year, we must claim 55%. And as I said, we are, at this stage, we are standing at 48%.
Okay,
So that's money that province already paid out to us. So they paid out, so we submit the claim, they come in and assess the claim, and then say, that's fine, they will pay it out.
Okay, that's fine. Director?
No, I think it's an important point just to understand that there's this overlap in terms of financial years. So I think in theory what you're saying is correct, but because there's overlaps. Secondly, we also always do a kind of projection in terms of where we will be based on those milestones. So I think the way it is now, it's just because you need to appreciate that there's that overlap. So when we talk about provincial financial year and what they want us to spend in terms of where we are, could at times be two different things because of just the overlap, because we're basically a quarter behind in terms of the submission.
And why I want to go to that, if we know that this is the amount of money that province is going to give us, and their financial year starting in April. Why can't we not start our processes also there? I understand, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Starting our processes, but from July, then we can start claiming the money back from the province.
I think this is something that this year we had a discussion with finance, and it's something that we obviously need to resolve, because the issue is a question of whether we can instruct, knowing that in terms of our budget, we don't have the money so we can't spend. So I think it's a contractual thing, but we had earlier conversations with finance in terms of how we can work that out. Because in the ideal world, we should start to spend from the 1st of April. But in reality, we really only start to work on that in July because of our financial year. So it's a budget year for local authority, and it's a budget year in terms of the province. But it's something that we're definitely looking at in terms of how we can overcome that. Because if we can, it means that we obviously, in terms of our spend, we will be ahead of the curve, so to speak. But at the moment, we can't be, because we start a whole quarter later.
Yes.
But we will resolve that with finance going forward in terms of the next financial year.
I see you end this up, CFO, because why I'm saying that, because the provincial adjustment budget will be in November. If I'm correct, the provincial, they will have in November adjustment budget processes where so if we have spent about 70%, then we can also ask them to give us more money to deal with these things. You understand? This is where I'm going. CFO?
Thanks, Chair. I would just like to advise, Chair, that we can only spend money in the gazetted year that it has been gazetted for. So it means that if we spend before the financial year starts, they might reject that claim and we might not get our money back. So we cannot do that. They are approving our budget for the next year, meaning 1st of July, although they've approved it in their budget from in March. But it's for like within this year, it's for 25, 26. So it means we can only spend from the 1st of July. We cannot spend, although we have received already the allocation in March, April. We cannot spend because they will only process after we have spent and given. Then the spending must be from the 1st of July going forward. Any spending that you claim within the prior year must follow in a year that is 1st of July, prior year until 1st of June until 1st of July until 30 June of the prior. That's what it's about. It's about the issue of this issue of accruals and things like that. So we cannot even spend in advance what you are proposing. I just wanted to highlight that. If there's an allocation for 25, 26, they must start from the 1st of July spending on it. Thanks.
Yes, I understand you, but I think we have to take that off. That's because we have to look into that to get to that process where we can also get more money. But I want to say to Councillor Charlie, I want to say because I want to finalize.
No, I'm listening on what the CFO is saying, and which is true, but my concern is, you see, when I always say here that the people, they don't understand because nobody go out and go to now our people, they've got that hope of saying that I've been on the list, I was on that project, and so, but to me, as I'm looking at this thing, Councillor Low, really, it's Noah's Ark. Nobody knows where it ended. The only thing that we know is that there were certain people after it was built, everything was inside by two, but we don't know where the Noah's Ark ended. We don't know where we're going to end here with this thing.
Thanks. Mine is that, just to conclude this whole debate, the you have raised fundamental issues here. And the fundamental issues that you have raised here is that as a housing department, we have to see and get ways how to deal with issues and how to fast track certain projects in our community. And I also want to agree what the mayor have said, that we can't have enough, because if I see, it starts from 2023 to 2024, 2025, 2026, 2026, this issue of Sedgefield. It starts now for the 3 years process, that every time we have excuse of money that are not being spent, and every year, it can't be correct. So what I want to propose also of that I start the process, I sent emails to the and to the mayor that we have to engage around how to fast track this thing of the tender there in Sedgefield and see how the municipality can deal with it. So that ons dit kan oorbrug, die issue wat daar is. Because when we visited that area and there was a public meeting, myself, the mayor, director, we were under attack. Not because people want to attack us, because the people of that area, of that community, are frustrated. Because for the past 20 years, we didn't deliver houses in that area of Setfield. So we have to start with the process, because we can't wait until next year, August, to start the process. It can never be correct. So that's why we must sit down and we see how we can do that with the support of the mayor of the town, because we have to start with this process. And we really need to see that we can move to that area, because we can't allow that a situation where then we throw the director community service for the Lions. He must go and sort out our issues as housing, while we are supposed to deal with it as housing. Now the director community service must go and deal with it, while he is supposed to make sure that our sewage collection is happening and all these kind of things. Now we must go and standing there and people are shooting at him. You know, we have to deal with it, we have to sort out the issue of Sedgefield, and we have to come up with a concrete plan how to deal with it. And I need the support of the mayor, I need the support of the I need the support of the CFO, also and housing directorate and the team to work out how we can solve this problem. Because the work must continue in Sedgefield. I need the support so we can deal with it. Councillors, can we go with the recommendation? Yes, it is part of it.
Chairperson?
Councillor Cleo, sorry man, I didn't see you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, no, my question wasn't answered around the budgeting and where it comes from for the capacity report. If I can please have answers and clarity on that.
Councillor Benston? But the director, she asks about...
If I can answer quickly, yes, we have, there is money for professional service on our budget, so we can initially use that money for our planning, and when we get through the actual project planning phases, we can, what is the English word now? We can get the money back from province, from our subsidy allocation, not from province, from our subsidy allocation. Because funding is allowed for in terms of the planning, pre-planning, all those things. And what the council is referring to is just to get all the pre-planning stuff. And you will recall that at the last budget meeting, a provision was made for an allowance to have professional consultants on board. So that is the answer, council.
What the director, I think you have corrected this issue of you corrected about the name, yes. Because we have a sector plan, we are going to deal with it, where all these areas will be allocated into it. Thanks. Can we go with the recommendation? Yes. Thanks. And 5.3, Integrated Human Settlement Monthly Report for the period of June 2025. Can you take us through this report? Mr. Director or Mr. Daris? I see there's a lot of names here. Can you just explain these names for me, please, man? Can you take us through, please? I see he's... Can you take us through the report, please? Can you just take us through the report? Because the reports speak about, I see the contractors here, I see houses that are completed, I see, and all these things. Can you just take us through that? Thanks.
Chairperson, there was a tender out, tender 53, and on that tender we have appointed 21 contractors, small contractors, to build the houses within the Greater Knysna. So out of that 21 contractors, currently we have appointed 19, so there's 2 contractors that we have got issues with, and we are in the process of terminating their contract because they're not performing. So currently there are going to be 19 contractors working on site. So last financial year, we have completed all the houses we're supposed to complete, except the old houses in Itambeni. There are 3 houses that we struggle. Each time we appoint a contractor, the contractor come back and said, no, it's not worth, there's no money in, so we're in the process of getting another contractor to finish that house within 2 weeks. And the house in Oudpad has been plastered, the roof is on. So that house will also be complete within the next 2 weeks. And then there's the only problem which we have is the 248 squares in Nekkies. If that's the only issue that we have, or the problem which we have with the old houses. So we, as I said, the director is calling that contractor in for the last time and said, listen, you make promises to us, you're not keeping your promises. Each time we wrote your letters, so we cancel, then the contractor is on site doing just a little work, and then for 2 or 3 weeks he's standing still. So we're in the process of canceling 2 contractors' contract with the municipality.
Committee members, because I see this report is about the houses that was built and that are completed, and you can see what Mr. Darajev said. They have get 100 houses. They complete these 100 houses in our areas. Can you, committee members? I see you, Councillor Charlie. Councillor Bell, I will see you. Councillor Bonelle. Councillor Charlie, I start with you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I see there, I don't have a problem with the contractors and the incomplete houses. You see, the only thing that is going to make us to go forward when facing the truth, go and look in Kayaletu. Those houses that were built now, people are complaining how those houses are being built. They are complaining. I received a call even yesterday, I was saying that, did you see? Water is coming in, sand. When you pass by the rent office, you see that bungalow that they built. It's already singing in my time. A skiff. You see this thing of thinking that we are doing favor because we are in a democracy, we are doing favor for building houses. We must build houses for our people. I was in Worcester 1981 when I found the people of Worcester, they've got tar roads, they've got proper houses were built by Worcester municipality without the democracy. It was proper 4 houses. You've got 2 rooms, you've got 3 rooms, you've got 4 rooms, you've got 5 rooms. That was 1981. Look at these houses. It seems to me now, those people who doesn't do their good job, you are keeping them. Our people are staying there. I've been asking this council, I say, the first houses that were built in Niza is those houses, those bungalows. And there was a reason that those people, they built those houses up on those poles. It's because of this situation. You remove our people from bigger houses, you go put our people in smaller houses. Instead of the department of this housing issue becoming a better platform, becoming a better thing for our people are getting oppressed. Small houses. My family is the first one moved from Ward 4 to Ward 7. The house is the bigger one there. It's still there. I know what I'm talking about. So what I am saying here is, I'm not talking to anyone, but there are people who are not doing their work. They are not looking, you just throw the work there, you don't look back. You don't go and see that when the house has been built, it is not okay, it's not right. There was there recently, when we were there, Councillor Tengwa can testify. Those people were complaining and say that let those people go and look at that house that was built. It's a mess. Now we must come and say, yeah, we're gonna go with the recommendation. I'm not gonna allow this department director, that's this department that made me to sit where I am today, because I've been fighting with this department since 2006. There's a lot, and it becoming worse when officials, when directors, whoever, they start to play politics, when they must bring the service delivery to our people.
Thanks.
And I'm not going to allow that.
Thanks. I just want to make one point very clear here, and I want people to understand it. The Nice municipality doesn't decide what must be the squares of houses. The Nice municipality. There's regulations that come from national government and provincial government. And the squares of houses that is being built, it is 40 squares, and when you are disabled, it's 45 squares. So we must understand, and the committee must understand, it's not the officials that decide what must be the squares. It's not the officials that decide. There are regulations that guide us and say this is the squares of the houses. So I don't want us to lambast our officials when it comes to the squares of the houses. What must happen, there must be a debate on national level and said, we must increase the squares from 40 to 60 or to 50 or to 70% squares. That debate must take on national level. I have to make it very clear because I don't want people to understand and the community outside must think that the municipality want to have people to stay in these kind of houses. We are also having a problem with that. But that is a debate for another time. I just want to make it very clear so people can understand it. Councillor Bonanela.
Chair, thank you very much. The report before us, Chair, is just detailing what was happening in previous financial year, 2024-2025. So let's thank the department for hard working to make sure in previous years was a lot of houses was not complete. But in past financial year, they complete almost all the houses. As the mayor, current mayor said just on last item, said thank you very much for hard working of that department to make sure that all the money was allocated is being used and complete using that money. Was no money that was returned back because of non-expenditure to the department. Let's salute the department for the hard working. I know it's not easy to build houses. I used to work in the construction. They call it the break and build, the construction. So housing is basically busy with the break and build. And second, we must understand, the one thing we need to understand, if the people of Kayale today have a problem with that houses, should be they raise that issue to me. And as the councillors, we need to be honest because we are the policy makers here. We are the policymakers. We cannot, what is gazetted, then we go to the public when they complain. You don't tell them the truth. You blame the municipality and these officials for what they cannot do it. So let's be honest. What is in front of us is 40 square meter, 28, 24, and 48. Is nothing else that officials they can change. And as the councillors on this term, let's be aware about that. And when someone complains about the house is small or big, is what is being gazetted, is not those officials changing it. Because we create something that we cannot control over it, as if it's been changed by these officials. So as the councillors, we need to protect these officials and this municipality. Chair, I think the report is before us is to note. I think I propose to note this report, Chair, and move.
Thanks. Don't worry, councillors. You just have to relax. I see your hands. Councillor Charlie, can you just wait? Councillor Chakolo, then Councillor Aubrey, and then Councillor Charlie, then we can move. Councillor Aronson. No.
Chair, you're forgetting about us, your committee members, no? You're forgetting about your committee members.
Sorry, Councillor, but you can start. Sorry, I forget about you.
Chair, I just want to bring to your attention, man. You know, I've been for numerous meetings now talking about the quality of the reports. And you'll see in the other reports that will come a bit later that there is really a need to up the game in terms of the reports. You know, the title of this report is the Integrated Human Settlements Monthly Report. Now, when you look at the monthly reports that we submit, it seems as if the only thing that the housing department does every day is just this particular stuff that's on this report about 10 houses built. But there are many other operational things that the housing is involved with. There are many other issues that you have field workers that are in the field, going to all our areas. There are challenges in those areas. So I want to appeal to you again, if you can please, in the future monthly reports, add the operational issues as well. Look at the other Section 80 committees and see the type of items that they put in. You know, where you can actually get some comments on. I mean, we've got project managers that are busy with things. I see there's a report on the ramps and retaining wall, but that is not a good report. You'll see a bit later because the data is not even accurate in that report. So all I'm appealing to you again, if we can perhaps even add it in somehow as a recommendation to say that the reports need to include operational day-to-day aspects. There's issues about house numbering. There's issues about complaints from residents about certain things. Get that data in so that we can get good quality reports to interrogate, Chair. Thank you very much.
Committee members? Oh. Okay, you can go, Chief.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, just on the projects that, on the pipeline, I see, for an example, Karatra, there's a comment there that says application for MIG funding will be submitted by middle of July 2025. I just want to have a confirmation of, has that happened? And also on the Sedgefield one, it says that the tender closed on 21st May 2025. Is that related to the 8 million rands that we were talking about earlier on? Thanks, Chair.
Councillor, you still want to go? Yes, you can go, you can shoot from the yips.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, look, Chair, we are not going to endorse report here. Yeah, we must interrogate the report. That's the purpose of this meeting. We are not going to endorse, yeah, we are told endorse. No. No, Chair. No, Chair. Because, Chair, if we really want to deal with the problem, we need to identify the problem. And after identifying the problem, then we are going to be able to deal with that particular problem successfully so that we don't go back. Chair, what 8 Etembeni, I think the manager, the senior officer, Herbert, for the last 2 years, I've been waiting for those houses at Tembeni. And very fortunately, Mr. Taris is dealing with it, and I'm just going to give him, because we need to allocate those houses. Because part of what we are getting, if houses are not allocated, houses are completed. After houses have been completed, then if there's nobody in, then they are again, they are breaking down those houses. Those houses. There's this word which I was looking for. But coming on what, because the report is about our completed houses, and very fortunately mentioned it, I'm going to wait, and I hope this time around, the person which they are going to bring, there's a person there, I'm going to speak about it on the next item. Because from where I'm sitting here, that's Councillor Charlie, we are a councillor. If people are complaining to you as a councillor, we have to listen to those people. Nothing wrong. If people are calling me about issues of housing, I'm a councillor. I must attend to those things and listen to the cries of our people. So the point which I want to bring at home, Chair, and I hope to the department, we are not going to applaud here, people have said, and I'm saying for the second time. There's 2 houses which I spoke about in the last Section 8. But the manager explained to me in terms of the person which was appointed. It's a quality. Now we cannot here be told that you adopted the report for what good reason. We are representing people here. Because somebody must be able to go back to the people and tell them as to what is the state of affairs, what's the problem. And I hope this time around, those houses are going to be completed. And there's also houses to be built in Concordia. So I wanted to raise that particular comment here. Because we are here now. Section 80, we must engage, we must interrogate the report. And then after interrogating the report, and then, be able to, and get answers. Because we've got officials here to respond to our questions. That's why officials are here. Because we don't really want to confront one another here. You respond. You are telling us about, a common sense, using common sense when we ask questions. So Chair, let me stop there. I'm going to get in the next item. So I hope I wanted to raise, Chair. I've raised those issues. Those issues has not been attended, but very fortunately, Mr. Taris spoke about it. Those issues of houses in Tembeni. I'm still waiting, and I believe the person which was appointed there was paid already. That's why there's no movement in terms of those houses. And money was paid there. And again, when the time is right, I'm a councillor there, voted alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also want to welcome Councillor Kaya in our meeting. You know, yes, I'm still the chairperson of the meeting, Councillor Charlie. Yes, okay. You can speak.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I am not an official. I am a councillor. I am the eyes and ears and the mouth of those who voted for us. When I am speaking here, I am not insulting anyone. I am speaking on behalf of those who voted for us. And I am speaking as a resident of Neisner. I want this town to be smart and beautiful. Now, if we are going to applause for something that is not needed to be applauded for, then I might as well step down as a councillor, because I'll be failing those who voted for me, those who voted for other councillors. We are not going to applaud here because the completed, the uncompleted. Some of those houses, look at those houses that were staying in there. My statement was, before the development come in Damsabos, I look at the houses of Ward 4, the first houses of Ward 4. I make a statement of saying, give us water and flushy toilets, and you leave us with our chochombes. Because I had a big 3-bedroom and a big dining room and a sitting room and a big kitchen than the one that I have now. So, yes, I am coming. Wait,
go to the point,
Chairperson.
please.
It's not about that. It's about, it is not okay. It is not okay to saying that from better to worse. I made an example here of houses of 1981 and come to these houses of 1996. Now, I'm not going to follow a failure of those previous. If we need to make a new amendment of saying that these houses are small, then we must do it. We are not going to follow. If I said the other day, there are 6 political parties in these municipalities, and we are the ones who said we want to bring changes to our people. Are we bringing changes when they are going to be stuck in the same place? Creative right, man.
Okay, thanks, Councillor.
Creative right.
Councillor Cleo. Councillor Cleo, you and people must understood. It's very clear. National provincial government, they are dealing with the squares of houses. They are dealing with it. It's not the municipality that are dealing with it. We as councillors must understand it. That is where it comes from. When they say they're going to build 50 square houses, it is a national, they allocate us money as the municipality. We as the municipality, we are only an agent for houses. And this is what we must understood as councillors. We are agent. We must identify the land. The national provincial governments give us the money, and they decided what is the squares of the houses. It's not us as the municipality. So I want to make it very clear so people outside also can understand this process. Because all of us coming from big houses. But this is national provincial. They decide the squares of the houses. So I want us to have a very clear understanding around that.
You are a chairperson.
Can we
You are
go
answering
clear?
me now on public, because
Thank
now
you,
I'm standing here for the
Chairperson.
people. You are answering me as a chairperson. You want to now oppress our people in these small houses. If the government say the houses,
Councillor
we've got
Charlie,
our
I've
people
been
that must fight for
recognized.
us.
So,
They
Chair-
must fight for us to have bigger houses. We're not going to tolerate this thing or say it's the provincial. The officials and those who are involved, they must fight for bigger houses.
Charlie, Councillor Cleo, don't worry.
Come and canvass here.
Thank
Councillor Cleo,
you
can
very
continue?
much, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I have been covered by Councillor Chikolo. I'm just waiting for the feedback on the update on the progress of the MEG application. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Can you continue? Director, this items of
Chair,
Sedgwick
are you
Karate.
ignoring me again? Are you ignoring my
No,
hand?
Councillor Jason, you can.
Chair, I forgot what I wanted to say because everyone goes on and on. But in terms, I've been partly covered by what Councillor Chokolo is that we are going for in 19 days, we will be at the 4th month mark with the Sedgefield pipeline project for the installation of the services that have been advertised. So I would like to understand the clarity. Councillor Chokolo has asked the one half of the question in terms as related to the 8 million rand. So I need to understand where are we in the terms of this tender process, and then I'm also waiting for the Garatra feedback. Yeah, thank you, Chairperson.
Director, can you respond?
Darius can help me, right? But what we have there is basically just in terms of the application for the bulk infrastructure. So obviously, Department of Infrastructure needed to submit either with the MIG funding or in terms of the going through a procurement to get a contract on board. So we are unfortunately dependent on that. And once that is completed, they will let us know. We would normally, the process would be once they have a contractor on board, we will get a letter from them and we will submit our application. And that would be enough to actually kickstart the process. So that there is not construction in terms of housing, it's in terms of that those three items they refer to, or the two refer to the infrastructure that's required in Karate and in Renendal.
I just get the clarity, Director, from my side. I want to, through the MM to you and to the Directorate. They talk about the application of the MIG funding. We must make sure these things is been done. Because we don't want to come tomorrow back, then the department said they were never been engaged around this whole thing. So I want us to get a clarity around it, because we talk about the application for MIG funding will be submitted by the middle of July. We are on the 2nd day of September. My question, and I support what Councillor White have said, I support what Councillor Chokolo said, is it been submitted? It's a very simple answer. It is yes, or it is a no answer, so we can know precisely. Can you, through the MM Director to Direct Infrastructure, can you find out from the people that are responsible to submit these things, is it being submitted? Because we don't want to come back, and next year when we go to these IDP meetings, then people say, no, we can't build houses in Rina because the infrastructure and fees are not being submitted. The question is can we get information that these things are being submitted? It's a yes, no, or it's a yes, or it's a no story from the PMU that we appointed in the Department of Infrastructure. Yes, Councillor White.
Yes, it was what Councillor Davis mentioned in terms of the quality of the report. If housing is going to report only on building houses, then we must close up shop. Because that can't be the only thing they are doing, because then it doesn't justify our whole directorate. If they are only building houses, then we can give the function somewhere else, and we'll just have administrative officers here. So I would like to concur that maybe the department is involved in a lot of work that they are actually doing. So that must translate into the report that comes to this committee and to council at the end of the day, so that we can hold them accountable and the public can actually see that the directorate is doing its work. So that kan nie net wees hulle 10 en 20 huise hier rond in Bondgebou nie. It must be an all-encompassing report of all the work that they are doing. Thank you, Chair.
No, and I have it. I wrote it down in front of me because I have here retaining walls, I have ramps here, I have emergency kit here, all in front of me. Right. But I want us to finish with this thing of this MIG funding, so we can know, so we can move from that. We can get just an answer around that, because I want to make that proposal that in our next meeting, then we need to have what happened to our retaining walls. What happened to our ramps? What happened to the emergency kits? Because every day people are phoning about the house have burned down, people need emergency. So we can know precisely, and also it must be in a way that, a template way that we can know precisely. In Sedgefield, there's 200 houses that was burned down for the couple of year or 2 years, and this is how many people was allocated emergency kit, and you know how many people are still waiting for emergency kit. Can I get an answer on the MIG funding? Don't have the answer, can we, if we don't have an answer, because we are going to look now for an answer in our books, but there's no answer in our books. Can you respond? Because I see, you know, I see we are looking for answers. The answer is not there. Director, can you respond, please?
Chair, if you allow me just a few minutes, I just want to check where on how deep that project is, and I will give you an answer during the course of.
Okay, can we have a 2 minutes break? I have to go to the toilet, please, because we need that answer. Can we? We're going to start now, Councillor Lavelle. We're going to start now again. We are back. Can we also get an answer around? Can we also get an answer around how far is the process, Director? How far is the process of the tender of Sedgefield, like Councillor White have asked around it, how far that process is? Because he already calculated 4 months. I also calculate the 4-month process. And according to myself's understanding, there must be a 90-day process. It must be a 3-month process. How far is that process so we can know precisely? Because when we're engaging and dealing with these issues, then we know where the process is. But first, before you answer that one, I want the infrastructure director to answer the one of the MIC funding.
Chair, yes, thank you. I've just liaised with the PMO office. The application is currently still in process. It was referred to MISA for the compilation of the business plan. That business plan is submitted to DLG, Department of Local Government, who manages the MIC grant funding. After DLG give its stamp of approval, then that entire project is still subject to appraisal by the MIC Appraisal Committee. And only at the MIC Appraisal Committee, they will then determine whether the project is approved, deferred, or then give us the conditions of that approval. I've just, like I said, I spoke to Pumi, and none of the entities can give us firm dates at this stage. To give you an indication, at least the timelines will be this, that, or the other. What I can endeavor to do is follow up with MIG myself. I checked on the DPIP. It's definitely not on there, which means there's no expenditure for that project for this financial year. We've recently, you will recall, approved the revised DPIP, which is the Detailed Project Implementation Plan, that served at council about 2 or 3 Fridays ago. And Karatra, it's not reflected on there. So that's the feedback I can give here now, Chair. But like I said,
Director.
Yeah, thanks.
Director. Yes, I have to, MM, because my question is, and I understand them. I understand the process that has been followed. My question is that, is the business plan that we have to submit for MIC funding still with us? Or did we submit it for them to process the process? Or is it still lying somewhere in the Knysna municipality? Let's be frank around that process.
Chair, I thought I answered your question. I said it's with MISA. MISA is responsible to appraise all municipal projects that they intend to submit for MIC. That's MISA's role. That's part of their role. So they will technically check everything. So it is out of our hands. It's with them. Thanks.
Director, can you, then I will count to you. Don't worry, Director must answer around the settlement process.
As I explained in the public meeting when the other night, you are correct in terms of our timing that we worked out. I gave an explanation of what I think is a realistic time frame. The item came to the BEC, of which I obviously won't go into detail. I think it was towards the end of last month, the item came to the BEC. We then obviously, by that time, I was informed about the reduction, so I knew what it was. I raised it with the BEC members, and we just suspended the discussion on that so that I could get clarity in terms of the process, the procurement process. Because as you can imagine, that we cannot appoint a contractor if we don't have any idea in terms of whether there's any future funding coming. What we will do is that we will continue now with that evaluation process. So I think the first thing is, as was asked in the public meeting, has the tender been issued? And I said yes. Has the tender come back? I said yes, and we are now in the evaluation process. That will enable us to, let's assume just broad guidelines, and as I committed earlier, I will put for all our projects, I'll put a timeline. Let's just take in terms of broad timeline. Let's assume that we are able in September at least, to get to the BEC. There's most probably 35 different tenders that needs to go through the process, so it's quite a busy schedule. But let's assume that we are able to prioritize and say we need to bring that forward so that we can deal with it in September. From there, it needs to go, that is 35 tenders that needs to be reviewed in the BEC. So that's going to take most probably 2 or 3 BECs or some kind of a day or two sitting down, assuming people can be relieved. Then it's going to go to the BAC. The BAC will most probably also take 1 or 2 meetings because it's quite a substantive tender in terms of evaluation. So that takes us into October, November. Then contract award discussions and final contract award is most probably more likely to be in December. So real work is most likely, as I said the other night, to start circa January. That one gives us a period in terms of January to March that we need to then say, okay, are we able to get either additional funding? I think from the discussion it doesn't look like, but let's assume there is that 3 month in that we need to then look at, are we able to get going on some things? But we'll only be able to get going once we have actually appointed a contractor. So at that point, we're in a situation where we need to say, are we able to appoint a contractor based on the fact that we don't have the money yet? So there are those kind of discussions that will take place. But in terms of the question that the councillor asked, that is the broad time frame that we could most probably resolve this thing. The reason why I said in the public meeting also that we need to continue, because it does take time for tenders to come through the system. So in real terms, really, I think we're all on board when the municipal manager, when he started, he said we must be able to at least 3-4 months before the start of the financial year issue those tenders. So those tenders were issued within the context of that. But the time it takes to come through the system, because we have this back up in terms of, this, as I said, there's 35 big tenders that needs to go through, it does take time. So it's in our interest to continue with the evaluation process so that we are really in a position when the money hits our pockets here to be able to say, okay, let's go ahead with a tender. There might obviously need to be discussions in terms of, price, etc., and just how we kind of adjust, but that is where we are. So I still say, let's continue with the evaluation process, yet get that done to a point where we can comfortably say, if we get the money tomorrow, we can start. Otherwise, if we withdraw the process, it means that we have to kind of repeat the process and it will take us another year, and then it's going to be, then you will definitely fire me, because then I will be to blame then.
Thanks,
Or
Derek.
you should at least. So that's the process. So
Councillor-
what I will do for all our projects in the next, as requested, I will put those timelines for all projects so that we have a
Yes, we have to deal with the retaining walls, ramps, emergency kits.
Can I also just, whilst I have it on the floor, can I just respond to what Councillor Beauty was saying? Sorry, what we have done, Councillor Beauty, for starting in the new financial year in terms of it, is we have developed a clear quality control step by step. Because what used to happen is that, builders come in, they submit, and it just goes through. We have a dedicated person that will step by step, whether it's a platform, go and check the quality, and then people submit, the contractor can submit their invoice. So that we don't have a situation where we just go through the motion, and we sign off without actually doing quality control. Just like you, councillor, or councillors, I'm also concerned about the quality. More so, especially when it comes to the retaining walls, because when you drive in, especially in the northern areas, you get worried how people, that there's potential risk there. So yes, that is the way we can deal with it. Especially when it comes to retaining walls and the platform, we have a dedicated engineer, obviously, as you know, that signs off. So we are trying to get all those things in place. In the ideal world, I would have wanted the engineer to be on my side, client side, as opposed to on the contractor side, so that we are able to always say, based on quality, we will sign off. So that is where we are. It's not that I don't hear what you're saying or what councillors are saying. I'm quite aware of that, just driving around in the area. And that is what we've put in place in order to ensure that we have a quality product.
Thanks. Councillor Tokola, then Councillor Aubrey, then we can move.
Yeah, Chairperson.
Councillor Cleo, I see your hand is still up there. Don't worry, I saw it.
Chairperson, I'm very much concerned and worried with what the director now has said about the Sedgefield project. Because if you look at this, it was the tender closed on the 21st of May, 2025. We are on the 2nd of May. It's almost 4 months now. And we are still talking about the evaluation of the, we are still sitting at evaluation. It's very much concerning, Chairperson. You know, Chair, I raised these two issues of the Karatra and the Sedgefield because we as councillors now, when the residents come to us, they come with this report and they will say to you, Councillor, the report, according to the report, this was the MEEC application was submitted in July 2025. Mid-July, that's what the report is saying. And when you are confronted with such questions, which are on the public document, you freeze, Chairperson. You really freeze because you don't have the answers. Therefore, Chair, with the Sedgefield one, you know, we as the committee or the council can't do as much because the process of the procurement is still ongoing. We will just have to wait up until that is finalized and exactly find out as to what is the delay about that. I mean, for a tender that closed in May and you're sitting in September and that tender has not been awarded as yet is a concern, Chairperson. I hear the director is talking about 35 evaluations that has to be done, but it's really frustrating, Chair, for a municipality who really wants to deliver services for that to happen. But I would recommend, Chair, for the Karatra one, the applicant, because I think you've asked that question to the director, and the director said, look, I've clearly said to you that it's with MISA. But I do want this committee to satisfy itself and have a report in the next section 80. Have that report, and we must have that report submitted to the committee, whereby we can clearly see as to when did that department, the TPMU, submit that application to MEEC. Because I think we need to satisfy ourselves as councillors. As I'm saying, Chair, we're getting bombarded with questions every day now as to how far the process is, what's happening with this. This report was showing this, and people are showing you reports. So in the next section 80, Chair, I'm not a member of the committee, but I would suggest to the committee that you do get a report as to how this process went. When was it submitted? All those documents are submitted to the committee. But as for the one, the Sedgefield one, the Sedgefield one, I would say you don't want to be in that space. We'll have to wait up until the tender is awarded. But I will be noting it down, and I will, when it comes to my section 80, which is the supply chain management, it will come to us, and I'll look at it. I'll look at it, Chair. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cleo, then I can wrap up with this one.
Sorry, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Director, through you, Chair, for the feedback. I'm not going to take too long to repeat what Councillor Chikolo has said, but I would like to just ask the committee to consider recommendation B, that an update progress report be submitted to the next section 80 on the MEG application funding and the progress. This has been on our IDP for the last 2 years. So I'm happy to hear that an application has been submitted to MISA, but I do think it's important that we need to fast track and be updated and informed about the progress of this. Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to make amendment around it. I will say that we in the next section in committee we submit a report around the pipeline projects that was identified here, like the Sedgefield, Karatra, and Rendal projects as a whole report. Like for instance, this one of Sedgefield to inform where the process is now, the one of Karatra, the one of Rendal. In the next section 18 committee meeting, can we go over that? Plus also we must have a full report. The other thing that I want to say around this whole report here, Directorate, we exclude electrification on the columns on the template, because I understand that we have 7 houses has been handed over, but we only talk about plastering, roofing, rip and block, all these kind of things. I understand that, but electrification is very important, because most of our issues that we find out, we're handing houses over to communities, then there's no electrification. Then it becomes the council's problem. Why asking that? I want my department to work hand in hand with infrastructure when it comes to these things of electrification, so it can be part of the process. When we hand over these houses, there's also electrification to these houses. Because I remember there was an issue of people coming to this municipality, especially in Slalani, for the couple of 2 years, just to get that, what is that thing that they call that they have to sign off, COC, for electrification of it. So I want the two departments to work hand in hand so we can have also report and said 7 houses was allocated and all these houses have these things that is supposed to be part of it. And under the report, also that we need a report also about the ramps, the retaining walls, emergency kit. And when we deal with emergency kit, it must be on the template is so precisely what 8 have received. There was 200 houses that was burned down. They received 1 emergency kit. There's 199 that are left that they didn't receive. So we can have a full report so we can see how we deal with all the wards. Are we treating all the wards equally, or are there certain wards that are favorites in this municipality when it comes to the burning of houses in our communities? So we can have that platform. Can we go with the recommendation? Councillors, thanks. .4, the integrated human settlement economical impact of the tender 53 2024-25. Committee members? We're starting with the committee members. I see. So, yeah. It's on page 22, Councillor Charlie. That is now the contracteerders what now. Councillor David, you can start with it first. Then I see the other councillors. They can deal with it. The other committee members. Councillor David.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to comment again, Chair, on the report, man. You know, and this is important. You'll see later in the other reports. Maybe just a suggestion that, you know, the departments liaise with each other to get the reports up to scratch, because this is supposed to be a report on the economic impact of related to the work being given to certain local contractors, the creation of jobs, etc. But it doesn't give you a lot of information. It only mentions the 28.5 million. It mentions the 190. Sorry, Chair. It mentions the 190. It about works out net to about 190 people that were employed. But it gives a single lump sum. It doesn't give you, for example, it would have been interesting to see of that amount, what was spent on materials, what were the exact labor costs, what were the operational overheads. You know, so it gives you a proper economic report in terms of what was spent within the economy of Knysna. So I just, you know, looking at what also were these professional people, how many were professional, how many were normal laborers, was there a skills development component, a training component, etc. So, you know, when you talk about economic impact, then I think these are the type of things that should be on the report. But I welcome the fact that jobs were created. But from this report, Chair, I can't really see any economic impact per se from this report, except the fact that 28.5 million rand was spent to support local contractors in order to build houses. That's all I can see. Thank you.
Thanks. Any committee members? Ek sê julle het niks sê, julle het niks om te sê oor die ekonomie groei van die small contracteerders nie. Dis was nou die geleentheid om te praat, nou wil julle niks sê nie. Councillor Charlie.
Nee, dis nie te sê dat ons het niks om te sê.
Wie praat, Chairperson? Is it me?
Chairperson Councillor Charlie is a committee member.
Oh.
She's going to speak first now.
It's not to say that we don't want to talk about this one. You see, it's like when, what is here in front of us, they have to put this report here. It's like when it's time for the social workers must come and visit the orphanage home, they will be get washed and get dressed and Vaseline gaat op hulle gesig aangesmeer word, so that the social worker can see that they've been taken care of. And I feel sorry for the director of this department, but honestly, in the MM, you came into the worst department. The worst. It's like, even if I can take this into Ward 3 or into Ward 4, people won't even have an appetite of saying, because when it's getting done, they are not benefiting. They don't benefit at all. So mine is the only thing that I should focus, and I think that the department can focus on is about the backlog that we are having. You see, for us to come and play smart here as we know what are the rules are saying is not assisting our people. The department is sitting with a long overdue. I'm listening. You see this thing, I'm now coming to your side when you're saying when you put the ANC into power, they're becoming arrogant. Councillor Russell now becoming now arrogant now. Oh, I thought you were stopping me. I'm sorry, my apology. My apology. So my thing is now, I see the report, it is mad, but Bear, when we are talking here, I'm not a person who will just, but as a person who knows, and I want to see things moving. And, you know, it is very sad when you see that the youth, they are jobless. Nothing is happening. The documents that needs to be done for people so that this tender can come out, it took so long. And people are losing hope. And I'm telling you, 2026, there will be maybe more. MK will be here. There's a Shukuma independent that is driving around. Watch the space.
Thanks, Councillor Charlie. Councillor Arons, then we can go Russell, then we can move.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I don't want to say something, but yes, 21 contractors here. I know 2 doesn't perform, so you just take the 19 and you times it with 10 to get 190. Is that a true reflection of people that was empowered? Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, you can speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I totally agree with Councillor Davis on the issues that he's raised about the report. I think it can be a report that gives us a clear picture as to how many people and businesses we are empowering, if it can be worked on. What I would also suggest, Chair, is that maybe the department needs to maybe collaborate more with the LED department, because I know the LED has got some nice reports. So if they can maybe, when having this report next time, you collaborate with them and give us a more proper report. But what I also want to know, Chair, is the line that says only 19 of the 21 contractors were active on the project. Why is the 2 not active? So that we understand that, is it because they are not performing or what? So that we can also know, Chair, which contractors, because one of our responsibilities as a municipality as well is to make sure that the small contractors that we're trying to develop are on the system. We are able to track them so that we understand what the issues are. If they've got issues, we know where we can assist. We've got an LED department that can assist in those. So, because I don't want us to have a situation whereby we develop these contractors and then at some point they just disappear. And they disappear with issues that the municipality can assist with. So if it's things, for an example, that we can assist them with, we need to be to make sure that we are assisting them with. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Aubrey.
Chair, thank you very much. No, Chairperson, let me start by maybe agreeing with my colleagues in terms of the report. You know, maybe if the team in the upcoming Section 8 can just really, in terms of this report, 190 opportunities, because one will ask where were these opportunities created, you know, because I'm a ward councillor. you know, and we know exactly what is going on, you know, elsewhere. Maybe, I think let's then agree with that. Maybe in terms of the chair, how the report was structured, you know, I mean, I don't really want as if I'm letting people, the quality of the report. I don't want to go there. But I just want to make a request if then this can be at least in the near future. Chair, I mean, in the very same vein, Chair, I think it's going to be important. I want to check something here in this meeting. Chairperson, there is a project which I fought very hard for it, that project of Kaya Letu. That particular project, Chairperson, and I receive, in fact, a what to call a call. You know, we are councillors and we are voted by people, and once a people or contractor calls you, you must listen. Chair, there is a, let me, before I get to that point, there is a contractor there which performed very well. And in the previous section 80, I mean, HDA, in terms of their report, recommended, I recall quite well, 4 contractors, you know, which were recommended. I mean, it's on this Section 80 reports, you know, and I'll mention those reports. First contractor was Zinia, the second one, Inyameko Trading, the third one is HGG, the fourth one is Mulo and Construction. Those 4 contractors, which did a standing job in Kailuetu. And you must not forget, I've said when I started, I make it a point, I personally make it a point that projects happen in Kailetu, you know. Chair, I receive, and I want to just get it through you, Chair, to the director, because I receive a call that some of these performing contractors are removed. In fact, let me be specific. Senior Construction is removed in Kailetu. You know, there are 2, I've just forgotten the name of the second one. It's removed in Kailetu. We are talking about people which are performing. And earlier on, we had an issue here about performance. We had an issue here of delivering, I mean, services to our people. You know, and also in the very same vein, I mean, names of people were mentioned there in terms of these people which are removing people. You know, and I just wanted to get that one from the director, whether is it true or not, because we're talking about here people which are performing, and we need to deliver. In order for us to get money, we need to spend money. And if we're not spending money, we won't be able to get money. We are going to come to these meetings crying every now and then. But that's a point which I wanted, Chair, to perhaps avoid. The second issue, Chair, because I know there's about 21 contractors, 2, in terms of the report, we are told that it's not performing, and that there's 19. And I know, there's also this Vision 2002, which has been coming. You know, it's been coming for the last 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. Vision 2002, you know. So I wanted just to get the clarity that before, Chair, we move. Otherwise, that particular issue, of that particular contractor, we are going to take it up. You know, it's one of my responsibilities as voted councillor. By people of NISDA. The second one, Chair, there is another one which was specializing on asbestos. You know, and I don't want to mention, and I want to get the clarity, because now, it's not included, Chair. You know, and when, Chair, time is right, we are going to get to the bottom of these things, because people are talking. Unfortunately, Mnake, I'm a very straightforward person. I speak my mind anywhere, you know. So, Chair, I want to get the clarity before we move. The third thing, Chair, and I'm sure you have made mention of it, the issue of ward-based projects. I think they are in your report. Yes, the issue of the ward-based projects. We definitely need to get, but I'm going to get to that one when we get there, because let me keep, because I've got all my stuff here. You know, let me stop there, Chair. And let me stop there. And I'm tempted to mention people's names here, but let me stop there for now.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to find out from Councillor Aubrey. You have mentioned the names of contractors here. What is the question that you want to know? Because I want to get that first. And secondly, what do you want to must happen?
No, Chair, let me thank you very much for the opportunity. Chair, I'm saying here, when I started, there's a project in Kaileto, and if you follow your reports, colleagues from human settlement, they will concur with me that there were companies which were performing. You know, there were 4, and I'm not saying other companies are not performing. You know, one of these companies which was then recommended by HTA is taken out, into that particular project. So I wanted to find out whether is it true or not.
Okay. Because I'm going to also talk about it later, Councillor White.
Chair, yes, I don't want to venture into the space that Councillor Tsengwa is venturing into in terms of contractors. That is a space for the administration. But I also want to speak to this report, the value of the economic development that was done. I am unable to determine that from what is submitted to me in this report. As Councillor Chokolo has rightfully said, maybe the department must collaborate in terms of how to quantify the opportunities that were created through these tenders. They must collaborate with the local economic development department to submit these figures, because what I want from this report, I need to see that contractor C was allocated to this project in this area, this is the amount of opportunities that were created, and this is how the development took place, because local economic development is a primary responsibility of the local municipality. So I'm happy that the department is introducing this mechanism to report on the opportunities that they've created, but it doesn't go very far in terms of quantifying what has been done. So that was just my input, Chair. That I welcome the report, and I look forward to a much better and a more detailed report from the department going forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Director, Councillor Charlie?
Thank you, my chairperson. You see, I'm like you when you've got that beret of yours. You see, I've got my regalia. So mine is, you see, we are going to talk, because the administration, they are the ones who are doing their work. But at the end of the day, we as councillors, we are the ones who must take a final decision. Hulle sê mos ons is die een, die goeders moet daar so, dan moet dit hier by ons kom balance. So we need to interview. You see, hence I am saying the director just, unfortunately, you came into this municipality whereby there was a big tin of worms that are going to be opened now. Because the same, I don't know, where is that contractor that demolished a house in Ward 3? Because the same municipality, the same administration that is saying that when the structure is there, you can't destroy it. And it's been now for years, the owner of that house, he started to build because this municipality is dragging feet. Now our people started to build their own houses. And that house was destroyed by the same municipality. There's a tractor. And up until today, nothing has happened. And the people who give that contractor to demolish that house is the officials of this municipality. And now we're going to be told that now that's what you call, what you know, say, Councillor Jason, is the, as you are responsible, we must not interfere. How can we not interfere? When things are getting wrong, are being done wrong by the administration, they've got powers. If I don't like you, I'm going to go and demolish your house. It doesn't work like that. I need us to speak here, and when we are saying that it's not done like this because we are not staying there. Hence now the former mayor is saying that he can testify that they were good contractors that were doing a job. We are not children. We are not staying in heaven. We can see who's doing right. We can see who's doing wrong, because all these things are happening in our community. We stay there with these people. They come and complain. Just because I'm not staying in Ward 8, it doesn't mean that people are not going to come and complain to me. What is happening in Ward 8, Ward 7, Ward 4, whatever. Because I am also a councillor. Yes. So mine is, we are going to say that you are responsible as an administrator. These things which happen. I want you, because I am going to assist those people. If this municipality doesn't want to assist, I'm going to assist. Go to the public protector. This municipality failed Upaulos about this house that they destroyed, and they never built that house. And nothing have happened up until today. We must not come and play politics with people's lives here. And I'm standing for it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks. I just want us, and I support what Councillor White have said. As councillors, we must be very careful when we want to deal with these things of supply chain. The Municipal Finance Management Act is very clear, section 117. It's very clear around it. It's very clear around it. Especially when we as councillors want to come and debate about contractors in a council meeting. We must, on this report, there must be a report that states to us the performance of contractors that are working on the projects. It must be a template project thing. When we are starting to question why this one is not part of this, and I am starting this project, then we are moving in a different world. Because the Municipal Finance Management System Act is very clear around how we have to deal with it. I don't have an issue for us to raise it, but we must know also as councillors where we must fit in and where is our space. Because the moment we come to this meeting and question why Pitt is not being appointed, why Pitt is not part of that project, because Abel have started the project, and Pitt is not part of that, and Pitt was part of that, and Pitt is not part of that anymore, then we are moving in a different space. And that space, according to the Municipal Finance Management Act, doesn't allow the councillors to go into that space. And it's clear here. And anyone can come and challenge me. Any councillor come and challenge me. It is here in the books. It is in the books. I just want us to, when we raise these issues, we must raise issues around performance. That is what we have to raise. That we want quality work that we have to be done in our areas. We can't come and raise why this one is not there anymore. Then we are moving in a different space. And the Municipal Finance Act guide us against that. And I don't want us to have this meeting, this report in front of us, must be a report, and I support what Councillor Chekol and Councillor White and the other councillors said. It must be a report that stated that they have 21 councillors, 21 contractors, there are 19. This is the 19. This one have worked in this area. This was the performance of this contractor here, because I believe in infrastructure is also a performance where they say this contractor have performed good or not, then there's a template around it. It's not for us as councillors to come and say, but why is this one not appointed in that field? I want the MM to assist us around what I'm saying here and to guide us around what is being said here. MM. I don't want councillors to misunderstood me. I understand what Councillor Charlie said. I understand what you are saying, but we are going to have a template that will show out the performance of it. But when we're starting to question about why this one is not there, why that one is not there, then we are moving in a different field.
Now, Chairperson, you have hit the nail on the head in terms of cautioning how we debate items, because we can't really come and dictate who should be appointed, who should not be appointed. We can't get into that. In fact, I've always warned councillors, these YouTube meetings are listened by, thousands of people. And for us to be debating something that is illegal in an official meeting, and for us to say we are interfering, and proudly say we are interfering, really, it means we are then justifying, the intervention. To say if councillors can openly say in an open meeting, we are interfering, so really we can't be so bold. Eh? We can't go to that extent. I think if there is a problem, those issues can be taken off record. If there are matters to be raised, I always welcome that. We are able to zoom into that, but this meeting is recorded, and it really we must treat with caution.
See, there's a caucus here, Ward 2 and Ward 4 and Ward 7 have a caucus now. And Ward 8 have a caucus. All of them have a caucus here. What we can do, I take what Councillor Chikole said, there must be a template report that my department can liaise with the different departments that they have their template report that can stipulate precisely what must be in that report. So we also can see, because even planning development, they have a crucial role to play when it comes to development of our small contractors. They have a crucial role to play. So where we can identify it and say, this is the problem that we have our small contractors, then we can say, this is how they can assist them as the LED department. But I don't want us to go into debate around what is happening in front of us. We see the contractors here in front of us, and can we move with the recommendation in front of us? Charlie?
Councillor Law, I just want to clear my name. You see, these books, those who wrote it, they're the ones who broke those bylaws there. They broke the bylaws. They are not following it. So mine is, as a councillor, we need to raise, look, Councillor Low, 2022, people of Ward 4, there was a road that was, a contractor that was there. And that contractor ran away without paying the people. What must I say to the people? That was, no, it was 2022.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Charlie.
So now what must we say to the people? We are not going to interfere. We are not going to say anything because we don't know who's the contractor and whatsoever. You see, now what I am
Councillor
saying
Charlie,
is, it's
Councillor
a
Charlie,
vice versa. I know that we must not interfere.
Councillor Charlie, that I advise you. And you don't have to take my advice. I don't want you to go into that space. Let I advise you. You are elder than me. I understand that, but let I advise you. I don't go into that space. The MMF said here, people are listening on YouTube about these things. I advise you, don't go into that space. These books is been drafted in Parliament, where your party is also part of
The
Parliament.
same parliament where the people, most of them, they were in Zondo Commission, their names were named there. We are not going to protect those things here. We are not going to
Can we just
we
note
need
this
to protect
report and
our
move,
people. We
please?
need to
Thank
serve
you.
our people.
Thanks,
We need to
Councillor
stand up for
Charlie.
our people.
Thanks.
You can't come and say that we should keep quiet because it was drafted in parliament. The same parliament people, some of them went to court, breaking those laws. We are here for our people in Neisner. I'm not going to be binded about those things. These people, they are broken the same bylaws because if the same people have held it, none of the backlog of housing should have been appeared. We are not going to talk about orphans who doesn't have houses, where their mothers were waited up until they die, and they were heard that you can't have the house because your mom is dead. Now we are going to give your house to somebody
Thanks,
else.
Councillor Charlie.
We are not going to do that. Let them say that I say they broke the law, as Matthew 25 said. They are saying that you must not do that, but they can't even touch those bylaws with their own fingers. I'm not
Thanks.
scared of that.
Councillor Lavelle, can we move with the item?
Chair, can we note this report, please? We still got a lot to do, man, and the
Thanks. We know
time
the
is
report.
moving.
You know the report. There will be a full template report in the next meeting. Can you go to 5.5? Director, can you just brief us around it so we can move with it?
Chair, I just have a few comments also, no?
Director, can you take us through?
I'm just checking whether Lindile is online. If he is, I just text him now. Oh, there it is. Lindile, if you can just quickly take the committee through this in the summary form. The important element of this report is just that we can get on record in terms of the 4 or 5 sites that we want to use for social housing. I think there's been a lot of discussion previously, but I understand that we don't actually have a clear-cut resolution in terms of the sites that we want to utilize. So I'll hand over to Mr. Patuna for this item.
Mr. Patino, can you start, please? Can you hear us?
Where is he?
Mr. Patino, Lindile, can you hear us?
Okay, and I think...
Director, can you take us through?
Yes,
Because
I'll take you.
because this item is also about what you have said. It's about the flats that are in town. We want to develop that into social housing.
This is just a progress report in terms of our social housing program. Councillors will recall there was some discussion at one of the council meetings, I think earlier in the year, where we have identified the sites for potential housing. I think that has been in the discussion for quite some time. What we're doing at the moment, we have issued a tender for a social housing to put together a panel. Last week we had a clarification meeting with the panelists or potential bidders. and the tender should close within the next couple of weeks. Following that, we will then have a panel of bidders that, or of providers, service providers that we can take forward. At the same time, we've been working also with a national body that is allocated a consultant to us, that is advising us in terms of taking the process forward, the regulatory authority. So they have allocated a dedicated consultant to help us. After our meeting with them in my office early in the year, and at the moment, as I indicated previously, Mr. Petuna is leading on this particular program. So those are the sites that is known to all of us that we want to use. And once we have the providers on board, we will then start to look at the development of those sites moving forward. That's in summary really of what the report is saying.
Thanks, committee members. Councillor Lowell, okay, you can start.
Thank you, Chair. I think this item is quite an interesting one because if we look at the recommendations are quite heavy, Chair. If seeing that it's coming to us for the first time, I would have thought that maybe we would just have recommendation A, and then a recommendation B, as the director says, that we've identified the following sites for social housing, and then we have a workshop or we have a discussion around it first, because the item itself poses a number of challenges to this issue. It speaks about the buildings that are identified, and it speaks about the fact that they are occupied. A number of them are occupied. Some have tenants, some have the staff there. So, you know, it becomes a bit of an issue to, at this stage, agree to all of those recommendations unless the director can say to us or convince us that supporting these recommendations at this stage is the right move to make. I would suggest, Chair, that if we can perhaps, seeing that the processes are still ongoing, we have these other dynamics that will limit social housing in any case until we deal with the staffing issues and the alternative accommodation issues. Can we not note this report, Chair, clarify that we have identified these properties and then have some sort of workshop on it to clarify everything and then come back with proper recommendations to another human settlements meeting? That was just my suggestion, unless it is a critical thing for us now to take some of these recommendations to heart and pin it down at this stage. But we'll have to hear by the director. But I think that is my suggestion, Chair, looking at this, because it's speaking about a 30-year lease. It's talking about, you know, it's quite a lot of serious stuff to consider now when you look at all the other aspects in terms of our properties that are still hanging. You know, that we don't have any answers to that at this stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, Chairperson. Director, Jay Sopet Massacre. We are getting there. You see now, when we start having things like this in Naisna, because Naisna is standing only in one place. So I go, and I agree with Councillor Olivier. But when I am seeing things, this is what I want to see. This is what I want to see, Councillor Low. Remember, I was born there by in Ireland. You see? Now, when I see things like this, talking about my town, talking about Naisna, it makes me happy. It makes me very happy. I just need to see it's perfect with me. Progress is on its way.
Thanks. Okay, Director, can we just, because I support what Councillor Lavelle said, instead of you just not the report and you said that we identify these earths, and then we must have a full workshop around this whole thing.
Thank you for the recommendation. So effectively what we are saying is that we will note the report, and number two, we'll identify our forward to the administration or to the secretariat the sites that has been identified.
Yes.
And number three, that is that we should have a workshop with councillors. Now, if I may at this point also just kind of opportunistically say, in our last council, in our Section 80 committee, we were going to workshop the sector plan. So I think we should not, and we couldn't because I think it was a short time, the one that the workshop that was held last week or something. So maybe if we can combine those two items then in a workshop, then that would be great.
Okay, yes.
So I agree with the recommendation.
Can we go with it, committee members? Yes. Thanks. 5.6, the National Housing Selection Allocation Policy. Director, can you take us through?
Councillors, I mean, this is really just two things. One, we don't really have a policy that deals with how the allocation process will work. And I think there's been a lot of discussion in council about political interference, about ward committee interference, and about everyone interfering. What this attempt to do is really just to say this is the process that will follow, so that everyone is in the know. In terms of how we will go through the process. I have found, especially in the last round now that I've gone to meetings and we identified who are the potential beneficiaries, that we still find that there are people, obviously, I think ward committees feel that they want to be part of the process. We need to make it clear that this is a process that is, I have no problem consulting with people, I have no problem consulting with councillors and having a discussion, but at the end of the day, you know, it is administration and directorate needs to make a decision. And that is based on the fact it is not, doesn't fall out of thin air. The process starts with people registering and being on the database. And we take it from there. So whenever we're talking about an allocation, we have to go back to is the person registered on the database so that we can start there and there's a record then. And that is the benefit of the HSS system. So this policy is just outlining the procedure that we will follow. It is also talking about it towards the end, about the word that is always used in this council chamber, about if people don't follow the process, there is consequence management proposed in terms of the implementation. There was a policy, I shouldn't say there's no policy, there was a policy that I picked up the other day in the policy register, but that had to deal with the issue about age. Some councillors who are here longer will know that there was a discussion some time ago about whether it's 18 years old or whether it's 30 years old. I think that in that discussion, province made it quite clear in terms of their preference. So we don't really have a policy that outlines the whole process that will be followed. So this is really just to make sure that everyone knows what the rules of the game is. Number two, also, there is a finding, I should be honest with you, in terms of our internal audit, where this issue was raised that the department doesn't have, and we had a kind of an almost mishap in December in our allocation procedure. So this is now something that we can say, okay, if adopted by council, this is the policy that we will move forward with, and this is how you can measure in terms of whether we are performing in accordance with a policy. So that is really
yes. Thanks. I see, but also is important, Director, that as councillors, we must have a workshop around it so they can also understand the policy framework. So that must be part of the recommendation that there must be a workshop being scheduled for councillors so they can understand the policy that we are going through, the policy that we have in front of us.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Can we go with the recommendation, councillors? Councillor White and Councillor Chapolo.
Chair, yes, that was going to be one of my suggestions to the committee, that we maybe look at referring this to a workshop. I'm glad the director has clarified that we didn't actually have a policy provision, because the item reads as if we did have a policy that is being amended. So that for me was a concern. I have several comments that I would like to make on some of the sections. I've a range of, but I will then keep that for the workshop. But also, Chair, as far as I am aware, although the policy amendment process will start with the user department, we should probably also consult with, I think there are 3 people who have policy reviews within their JDs. It's the manager legal, I think it's the manager administration, and then it's a senior labor relations officer. So just from the department, whether they have consulted with those role players who should be involved in all policy reviews of council, and if that has not been done, that they actually maybe do that, so that some of the legal stuff can be ensure it's legally sound, every provision of the policy, and then we can discuss it further, Chair. I will keep the rest of my comments for the workshop then, in terms of my concerns. Thank you.
Councillor.
Yeah, Chair, I'll also reserve my comments for the inputs for the workshop. But what I wanted to say, Chair, is that we must try and make it compulsory for all ward councillors to attend that workshop.
It's very difficult, Chief.
I think it's very, very important that they understand the policy, because at times there seems to be a problem when especially when you deal with housing, when applying the policy for the administration. So I would suggest that all ward councillors, it must be compulsory for them to to attend that workshop, Chair, so that we are all on the same page when dealing with this.
It's very difficult, the one that you asked about all the ward councillors is compulsory for them. Because in the previous era, because the speaker was Councillor Skosana, when there's workshops, you know most who attend, who don't attend. But what you're saying is very important, because when a ward councillor doesn't attend this process or this workshop, when these houses is been allocated, then they will have a problem. Then they're going to forget, they will interfere then. If they were attending the workshop, they can make amendments, also they can contribute, then they would understand. But we can go with the recommendation, but include the workshop. Thanks.
Chair, no, it should only then be an A and a B.
Yes.
It can't be, because the rest of the recommendation speaks to the approval of the policy, so it should actually just be noting of
Yes,
of this
report.
and then referring it to a council workshop.
Yes. Thanks. You have it like that, Director?
Yeah, I do.
We are now on 5.7. I don't see where the other council. This is this is about the ward councillors' allocation, and I'm very disturbed. I'm very, very disturbed that some of the ward councillors doesn't respond. 5.7. Some of the ward councillors doesn't respond to the directorate because there's a ward money that has been allocated to them, and if they doesn't respond, tomorrow the same ward councillors will come and say, but the housing department of my department are not doing what they're supposed to do. Like for instance, you're sitting with Ward 3, 5, and I understand Ward 3, you are 1 month in the council. Ward 5 and Ward 11, they didn't respond. But Directorate, can you take us through, please, man?
Yes, I mean, this item is really just, as you were saying correctly, there's an allocation in the budget, and we just wanted to be transparent in terms of the projects that will be done within the different wards. There has been a problem in the past, and when I was walking around with some of the councillors, especially the ward councillors, they were saying they proposed X and then the department did something else without explaining. And that is really serving this purpose. So in fairness to Ward Councillor 3, I only had a discussion with him yesterday on site, and I know that SIBA will make contact with him to take it further. In terms of Councillor Strubel, I think we understand there was a period and he was not available, but he has already submitted his list. And then with Councillor Russell, he has indicated that he wanted time just to consult with his ward committee. So it's not that they were not responding, it's just there was this, I think in fairness, there was just processes that was beyond their control. So I think we now have a good idea. We have obviously going through the process so we can start with the implementation process of this.
Thanks. Councillor, very Councillor Cleo, I see your hand is up. Your hand is now up for the whole day, Councillor Cleo. Councillor Vale, let's start with you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My one is absolutely wrong, ne? Chair, to you, to the Director. I mean, I'd love to have, I don't know, one of the councillors must tell me where's Songenge. I think that's in Ward 8. And there's a number here, 14340. There's no such number in Matona Street. So they need to rectify this, please, the retaining walls. And then also there's we've got the wheelchair ramp, but there's no details on that. But I must thank Shivu, she was with us. We did site visits. There was, the last week she contacted me as well, or the week before. So they are busy with that. So I do appreciate the progress made from the department. But the report, if somebody looks at this report, they'll get very confused because this is not the right data. So I'm just commenting on that. See if they can just rectify Ward 1, if we can get the proper information and put in the proper street addresses, I would be very happy with it. But at this stage, it's not a reliable report because it doesn't give us the true reflection, and it gives a street in Ward 8 instead of the other streets in my ward. Thank you, Chair.
So the streets is in Ward 8, not in Setfield. Councillor Cleo.
It's only Matona, Chair. Matona, it's the only one, yes. But the others are all in Ward 8. Except for then 2105 Sally's right, and then the wheelchair ramp, there's no address there. But it's only in the first section under retaining walls. The only one they've got is Matona Street 1434. That's it. The rest must all be removed. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Thank you.
Councillor Cleo.
Chairperson, you recognize. Thank you, Chair. May I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed because I see
Thank you,
also your
Chair.
water allocation is here.
So I'm very upset about this item. This item specifies in the background, it says the senior human settlements officer engaged with ward councillors to compile and validate a list of priorities per ward. Now, this never happened for Ward 2, so I must state that that is not a correct, true reflection in this report. It did not happen at all for Ward 2. I am disappointed to see that there is no budget allocation for Ward 2. Whilst I know that I have included through community services as well as this department, I had a ward committee member who is in a wheelchair and did a whole survey for Sedgefield and Karatra in Ward 2 around wheelchair-friendly accessibility. Not just in houses, but obviously more around the towns and to the halls and the clinics, etc. Did a lovely audit. We've submitted that. So the community services and this department is very well aware of what is needed. I also have had 2 or 3 residents within Ward 2 that are requesting wheelchair ramps. Yet I've had no feedback around that, and this report does not even include any of my inputs previously, and I was not contacted, and I want that on record, by a senior human settlements officer. They did not engage with me. So I'm very disappointed, and I need that to be put on record, and I need this report to be rectified. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Now, Councillor Charlie, then Councillor Arnson. Don't worry, Directorate. We are going to get a paper trail because, according to my understanding, they're supposed to be contacted and emailed. Then we have a paper trail. Councillor Charlie.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I see. You know, when we are talking about wheelchair ramps, does this municipality looking at the people who are staying in RDP houses, or are they looking only for those who are staying in RDP houses, not looking on those who are staying in bungalows? Because recently, when you go up into Sanlam in Nekis, there was a lady who was in a wheelchair. I remember the day when she was taken to the ambulance. There was no access. So I want to know, these wheelchair ramp, are they only for those who have already been supported by this municipality of saying that you are staying now in an RDP house, you do need a wheelchair ramp, or is it for everybody? Because I can tell you, when we're at the back of Chris Hani, there are 2 people who are walking with, there's one that I give a wheelchair to that person. Then down there's one who doesn't even have an access, who doesn't even have a toilet, who is in a wheelchair. So I want to know this wheelchair ramp, because we must now face the reality of saying that sometimes the way we do things, we can see it failed us. We are not going to continue because that blue book is guiding us. That blue book does not vote. It doesn't vote. It's been written there. We are not undermining it, but now we should look at the situation. We are in the other century, 21st century, because some of those things there, they are turning around for what we are standing for. So yes. Now mine is, I see this, and then the rectification. I don't know if I'm reading it wrong. Is it about the electricity? It's not the electricity, because I don't see anything. You see, that's the other point. That's the other point. We've got houses there, Chairperson, that people were given RDP as of spoken in Ward 3. It's now for 5 years. Those people, they are without electricity. Now the people, there's a backlog. Now, it seems to me now there's going to be start afresh. Up until when? The people are going to start afresh. Just I need to know about the wheelchair ramps. Thanks.
I just want to make it very clear here this coming from ward councillors. The ward councillors sitting with the department and say, this is because it's a ward councillor allocation. They decide, not us as PR councillors.
Councillor Low, no. I've asked at Salga, who has the power between the PR and the ward councillor? And Salga said, there's Councillor Tengwa. Salga said, you are all equal. Don't come and tell me now that if the ward councillor is going to look after now his people, I must keep quiet and fold my arms.
Thanks.
No.
Councillor K, but what I want to say is very clear, yes, and people must understand it. This ward allocation, when we're dealing with our budget, in our budget we are saying, this is the amount for the ward councillors, the ward allocation. That's what we are saying. And this is when we are dealing with the budget. And when we deal with the budget, we say, okay, this amount of money, the ward councillor, you must use your discretion.
They're going to vote themselves, then the PR councillors must step aside. They must vote themselves with that budget, and we step aside. Because they agree of a little thing and say yes, because they were the ones in that room. We were not there. We are not going to say...
Councillor Charlie, thanks, man. You know, sometimes you let people, they speak their mind. Councillor K?
Thank you, Councillor Low. Thank you for respecting your ward councillor and telling Councillor Charlie that this is the budget of the ward councillor. So Councillor Charlie, Councillor Noana is his budget. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just want for my ward is just a correction. It's number 36 Achter Street and not number 63. And I see the problem of Councillor Levale and Councillor Aubrey. I see it's supposed to be in Ward 8 and not in Ward 1. So they must, Shibu can just do a correction and speak to the councillor there, because I see the same number is there. Number 7 Jengwa Street and number 1434 CW is at the same, is also at Ward 8. So they can just do that corrections, but mine is covered. It's just the address is wrong. Thank you.
Councillor Aubrey, then Councillor Russell.
No, thank you, Chair. No, Chair, this particular street, this thing must be corrected. Chair, mine is very simple. You know, what I wanted to get here through you, Chair, this exercise was done ages ago. I just wanted to understand, very fortunately the CFO through you, Chair, is here. There is an issue of the order numbers, right? There's an issue of the order numbers which I don't know whether is that particular issue director resolved now. So that people, you see, I'm skeptical, I'm worried, Chair, you know, in human settlement, I mean, I'm worried these few thousands can be taken away. I know this is our internal funding, but it can be used for something else if the money has not been spent. So I wanted to understand, are the issue of the order numbers resolved so that people can start in these streets? That's basically what I want. Furthermore, Chair, I'm quite covered here. Okay. I'm fine, I'm happy. What I want to understand, when are these people starting so that we can deliver.
Services.
Thank you. Stay deliver.
When you are finished, I want finish.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by saying the following. My allocations, I work to the ward committee, and on my ward committee, there's 2 DA members, 2 PA members, and there's 1 ANC member that give me names for work to be done. So it's not my people that benefit out of this. I did receive a call from Cebu to do the site inspection. We were supposed to go last week. She didn't pitch. I was waiting for her. But we will do this afternoon, and then we will work from there. Thank you. But all the people benefit. ANC, PA, and ANC. No.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Ward 3, that's your allocation. I want you to make it very clear. There's a ward committee, you must sit, you must deal with it. This is the allocation that has been given to ward councillors. Unfortunately, as a chairperson, as a councillor here, I can't go into that space. That's the space of ward committee members, of ward councillors. I just want, Director, can you just brief us, because Councillor Bonella, then is Director, then we're moving with this. There must be corrections, the corrections must be done, because we don't want to take an item to, then the corrections has not been done. Councillor Bonella, you are what, Councillor?
Chair, thank you very much, man. You know, this report is suiting me. Each and every report here make me happy. Each and every report here has made me happy. I went against the 10 for the human settlement. Now it's clear now. We do corrections before we start the work. Thank you very much, Director, for this wonderful report. But Director, I think that the emergency kit will be appearing here, because I think we have a challenge there. So that one, if we can little bit, Mayor's not here. We've got a big challenge in human settlements in terms of the allocation, in terms of emergency kit. We've got a backlog. I want Mayor to assist that department. Likely CFO is here, MM is here, Mayor but is not here. Maybe he's listening. If he can comment, it's fine. Can assist to more funding, just to deal with the backlog. Because that budget, you cannot assist. Searchfield was crying about 6 houses. Kayalate was plus minus 7 houses. What 8? I'm not sure it's 5 was how many. You can go over throughout night. We've got a big backlog. I think Mayor must assist to intervene in terms of more funding
Thanks.
to add to human settlement. Thank you.
Thanks. You know, just relax, just relax. This thing of emergency kit, it become a big burden for the municipality. We discussed it with myself, the MM and my director. We were in Worcester, where the minister, the national minister, not the provincial MEC, the national minister, also come up and said this emergency kit is also become a big issue for the national government. Because suddenly, it's only fires. And in big towns, metros, they have a big problem with it. But what I'm saying that, according to my understanding, my department is supposed, after they have finished caucusing there, Director, what is happening now? Directorate, what is happening now? Mr. Daris, where are you going?
I will report.
So the emergency kit, we are supposed to send the report to national government around it, to deal with it. The money that we have fight for in the budget, it was little money that we have fight for, but unfortunately we have get some money. But I already, Councillor Bonella, I already submit a letter to the mayor and to the MM around emergency kit and try how we can adjust to get more money fundings around it. So we are dealing with that process. Councillor Andrews, so we can go with the recommendations in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Low. When Councillor Chengwa mentioned it, it came to my attention is, and I think the director nodded and said, no, the problem of this order is not resolved. It have come to my attention that the supply chain department doesn't want to sign off on these orders because of a same EOI that is in community service. So there's an EOI in community service that also have retraining walls and rectification. And there's a complaint of contractors that is on that EOI that over the years they've been working in the housing department through that EOI and it suddenly changed. And that is something the CFO needs to look into because housing has its own EOI at this stage. And that's why housing is moving forward with their contractors. But that is something that needs to be resolved quickly because we want this project done.
Thanks, Councillor Andrews. Can you deal with it as directorates? Because the only thing that we want, we want to see services things happening. That's all that we want. When it comes to the administration and the legal processes, how to deal with it, that's why Julius have said, it's easy to govern. You appoint the qualified people that can do the job for you. And we have the right people to do it. Can we deal with this issue? Because I don't want Councillor Aubrey phone me 10 o'clock and said, why can't this retaining wall not be built in my ward because of ordered numbers or votes that are not correctly. Directorate.
Yes, I mean, on the question of councillor, I mean, he's aware because I explained to him already. We have not yet signed off, but I should say that myself, the CFO, and Ronnie had a meeting so we can resolve this issue. In fact, one of the issues that Councillor K is raising actually came out. Now, our tender obviously is a total separate tender, and we explained that it should be because we're using our tender as a basis for pricing. You can't, you know, when we submit our invoicing, we need to use the prices that has been agreed upon. So we can't be running in between tenders that has been submitted. So we are resolving that. Again, Councillor Aubrey is correct. This thing, I wanted to get in very early with this. Unfortunately, because of the process, it's now been a bit delayed because this is small stuff. We should really have been completed by now with this kind of work. The last thing I just want to say to the ward councillor of Councillor
2.
Yes, Ward 2. Councillor, it's not that we have not consulted with you for any particular reason. When I look at the budget, and I'm looking at the budget in terms of the allocated ward allocations, it is for Ward 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11. So it's not that you've been excluded from this on purpose. I've only looked at the allocations, and that is why it's based on ward allocations. So if there's an issue that you need to take up, it's obviously this has been approved by council, and I'm working on the basis that these are the wards that I'm working with. So please, you know, it's not that I didn't consider the ward. I only work on the basis that the allocations that is in the budget for this financial year, which is maybe something separate that you need to pick up.
Councillor Cleo, yeah, the last one so we can move.
Chair, I'd like a follow-up, please.
Yes, were you in the budget meeting when we adopted the budget?
On the emergency kits, Chair, please.
Oh, you are now there. You understand? So you know about the budget process when you were there. But now you come and
Chair,
make
can
the
I
ruling and
proceed
everything.
while I'm talking then?
You can go with the emergency kit. Thanks.
Can I proceed? What are you recognizing
You
me,
can,
Chair?
I recognize you can proceed with the emergency
Thank
kit
you,
because you
Chair.
already dealt with the budget because
So-
you were in that meeting.
So in our budget that we approved in council, that I speak under correction, but the reason we look at that, the budget that we approved in the workshops and council, it said all wards there was a budget. That's why I didn't say anything.
Okay,
But let's
fine.
move from the budget. The emergency housing kits is a challenge. Chairperson, and also I'd like to, through you, Chairperson, when I try to contact the housing department and the director, sometimes they do not return my calls. And also when I try to speak to the other officials, Mr. Darius, when he was acting, his phone was off. But the problems that we're having with this is that the emergency kits we know are a disaster, and I'm glad that it's receiving attention, and I welcome the explanation and the feedback. However, I mean, we had a situation in Karata with the fires where the one beneficiary received emergency housing kits, and it was a fire disaster. And when I tried to contact the housing department, because a community phoned me to say that he is busy selling his material, and I wanted us to act on that so that we could get that material and give it to the Smutsville fire victims or the 6 houses and the 5 victims there, we could at least go and remove those and take legal action. And then the beneficiaries from Smutsville could have received that housing kit. Now, nothing was done. Nobody phoned me back. He sold that housing emergency kit. So what do we do now? So we really need to prevent these kind of situations. And I'd like to request that as soon as the ward councillors, myself, try to make contact, that you return their calls. We have emergencies and we need the departments to work with us. Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to sit on the report directorate on the wheelchair ramps. Can you just indicate the area where it's going to happen? I know you have put the ward, but the street name, so we can also know precisely where it's going to happen.
No, I've asked a question. Is the chair ramps, is it for RDP houses or is it the people who are staying in the bungalows?
Director, can you respond? But I think
As indicated earlier, this is proposals coming from the
ward councillors.
So if the ward councillor tell me it's in an area that is built up, then that is what we're looking at. If the ward councillor tell me something else, then we will look at that. But there are some areas, I may just add, where we are asked to provide ramps that is just not possible. I mean, the cost of providing it, especially in some of the areas like an informal setting areas, it's not always as easy. But this is purely, on this particular item, Councillor, it's purely about the ward councillors telling me, in terms of the 2 budget line items for each ward, what do you want to do for that? So if the ward council is saying we need to look at an informal settlement area, then it's something we will look at and we will price it and then we will discuss it with the councillor.
Thanks. Thanks. Can we remove it?
Yes, sir.
Huh? No, don't worry, I will deal with it because
Those people in the bungalows to come and vote.
Can we move with the recommendation? Can we move with the recommendation?
Yes.
Thanks. Can Directors 5.8, can we deal with the provision of land for temporary homeless? I just want to find out, Director, around this homeless shelter there in Ida Valley, there was meetings, there was discussions. We want to, we need a homeless shelter, but we're sitting with a problem. Why are we not, for years, that area was service. There were service sites. But there was always a struggle to build houses there for our people. Now there was discussions somewhere to take the homeless shelter to Ida Valley. Can you take us through this? 5.8.
Councillors, the recommendation.
Councillor Kay, you are the chairperson of Finance and Corporate. Please respect my meeting. You and Councillor White, that will become the chairperson of MPEC.
Chair, councillors, the item is about, as you correctly indicated, it's about the homeless shelter. There's been lots of discussions. We have a number of site visits, including one led by the mayor on one of the Friday morning visits. At the moment, in terms of the provision, the Ida Valley area, the land that we are talking about, is the only land that is immediately available so that we can deal with this issue of the provision. As you know, this is a partnership thing between one of our directorates and external, the Neisner Business Chamber. And we've gone to the site. You're correct to say, there are some areas that we have access to services. And as the recommendations say, we obviously will need to make provision moving forward. Once these people, one of the things that we're saying is that once the people are settled there, they need to be put on the waiting list so that in terms of the bigger site development that this can be accommodated. So this is a temporary arrangement that we're asking for, that we could actually allocate, because you know the problem that we have in town in terms of the discussions that's been coming on over the last 7 months, and this will be done via a memorandum of understanding between the municipality and the Greater Neisner Business Chamber.
Councillor White and Councillor Andrews, then Councillor Charlie.
Chair, yes, I am very concerned about these recommendations. We are asking the committee here to proceed with the signing of a MOU. No one has asked the ward councillor what his view is. The ward councillor is very new. This is going to be in Ward 3, the establishment of the shelter. Councillor Skosana, when he was the ward councillor previously, had opposition to this proposal. Councillor Kosana also at the time mentioned from the previous term, there was some case against the municipality for breaching some of the environmental laws when we went ahead and installed electricity on that specific portion. That is under consideration by the department. We have not consulted with the residents of Ward 3 that's immediately surrounded by the space. We are just saying we must go and conclude an agreement. So I am very concerned on how we are dealing with this. This should not, I don't want it to sound like I am opposed to the establishment of a homeless shelter. This homeless shelter has been coming on for ages. I think Councillor Grootboom was still the portfolio chairperson for community services around 2023 or 2024. Councillor Andrews was the portfolio chairperson for IHS. We relocated the people from the waste transfer station. We placed them there where they are proposing this. We gave housing, gave them units. They were placed there Within a few days, they were back then, the units belong to other people now. We want to do the very same thing to go and set up a white elephant in Haida Valley and waste people's money. Where it's very clear, a study must be, these people don't want to be out of the central business district. Their place of business is here and we are setting ourselves up for failure. We're gonna waste public funds, relocating it anywhere else when we should have it here. You and this, I don't know why they haven't gone on a site visit yet to George. They have a very successful shelter that's operating within George's CBD. No one knows it's there. With the right will and the political will, we can get this done. But there seems to be no appetite from this administration to go to sites where these things are working, to proceed with a plan in this CBD, where it identified sites here. There was absolutely no public opposition to the sites that the council identified in the CBD. Somewhere in 2022, August of 2022, the public participation process closed. Councillor Davis was still the executive mayor when we identified those sites. We went out on public participation. There was no opposition to those sites. The public participation closed in August. When we wanted to proceed with the process, suddenly out of nowhere, there was opposition, but no one commented during the public process from unnamed people who just came with random submissions of sites that we need to move people to without consulting the public that's going to be affected by this. So I need the administration to do that. Moenie dit doen nie. Want as ek by die council kom, dan ek nou weer hier gaan praat oor 'n homeless shelter because you're not allowing us to speak.
Councillor
in the
White,
section
because you know that you have 5 minutes and I checked to 5 minutes.
Nee, ek dink nie so nie. I
Councillor White, you can't
must
say because I checked
disagree.
in there.
Nee, daai goglos is verkeerd, Chair. I think I've only been speaking for about 2 minutes and a half. I'm also watching my clock. But I'm going to wrap it up there, Chair. This item, people are rushing with this thing and we shouldn't be rushing it. We should be carefully thinking it through and where we're going to position this thing so that we can leverage it as well. And so that we can make sure it's going to be utilized for the purpose that we are establishing it. So I cannot support the item in its current form where they have not consulted with the public that's going to be affected, they have not consulted with the ward councillor, and simply because a stakeholder feels this is where it must go. That is what the direction we are moving on. I don't support that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor White. I'm very glad that you raised it here. Because when I raise about these people belong in town, that is where they are working. These things that you are saying here today, you didn't raise it in that meetings when I raised it. I'm very glad. No. I'm very glad that you are supporting Councillor White. You are supporting that they belong here where they operate. I'm very glad you raised it today. Today is the first time that you raise that they belong here in town. In other meetings,
Chair, I've consistently said that this is where the shelter must be established. I've
I'm glad
consistently
that
said that.
I'm glad that you raised it today, that they must be in town. This is where we say they must be in town. This is where they operate in town. And this is what we always preach, that our people must be close where they are operating, where they are working, in town. And I'm very glad that you have, as now I can see you speak as activists today, that you want them in town. You don't want them anywhere outside town. You want them here. Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Councillor Low. Councillor White has basically covered me. Yes, I know this process, we already have done it. From the housing side, we have done it. We have relocated these people to Haida Valley. Some of them moved in only for a short while. Some of them received material. They built it at families' houses. I think Liesel Bikes in community service, she has all that information. She has all that information that we already done this process and it did not help us. All of them are only back here. Most of them sold their structures. I don't know if Mr. Herbert and them have record of that bungalows we have put up there for that people. But this process, we already done it and it did not work. So I don't know why we're going to do it again. It's going to be wasteful. We could have assisted people that really needed this. I think we must think of, because we really want a homeless shelter. We don't want to let people feel that we are against this, but we already done this process 3-4 years ago. And we are moving in the same direction again, putting them at Haida Valley, because I know the previous councillor fought it with us for that process, but it was the only way for us to put them at Haida Valley. And it was not long, and the places were empty, and they were back in town. So I don't know what we're going to do, but we need a solution for
What
this.
I will say, I think we have to take this item off here, because I can see we are not going to move forward here. I can see it. We are not going to move
Thank you,
forward.
Chair. Very
We are
sensible, very sensible.
in the sense of, I want to do it like that, that we are going to back to have engagements around it and see how we can take this forward. Because I can see we are not going to move forward here. Then Councillor Aronson.
Chairperson, we must know the implications. We must know the implications, Chair. The implications are very dire for all of us if this item is not resolved. You know, Chairperson, one of the issues, whether it's the Auditor General, whether it's the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, whether it's the Premier, is DLG, is everybody. This issue of the homeless shelter comes out. It's coming out, Chairperson, very, very often, and we need to find a solution. And whatever we respond, we were responding, referring it to this committee, that there's an item coming to this committee that will have to go to council and all that. Now, if we say it must be taken off the agenda, we must understand what are the implications of that, so that tomorrow, when these implications come, no one would say, no, we're not aware. We are going to be, in fact, part of the MI talks also to this one. It talks to this issue of the pollution, of the lagoon and everything, where these people are. So I would really urge that this is a temporary facility that we need to find for the homeless shelter, and to ensure that they are moved out of where they are at the moment. At least it will relieve pressure on all of us if that is done. So that is my concern, Chair, which I would really urge the committee to rethink that, Chairperson, because there is a sponsorship, there is, or everything else has been done to ensure that we're able to move these people out of the transfer station down there. So I would really urge that we reconsider our view on this.
Thanks, You know, Councillor Aronson, you can start. You can then Councillor Charlie. Then I want to make input around this whole thing. So then we can make some recommendations, because I see the recommendations, what is in front of us, and it doesn't include the public participation processes that we have to follow. Because I know that there was engagement with the Greater Knysna Business Chamber. They have promised us land there somewhere here. And it will take another 12 months for us to rectify it, because people have to go and stay into that. There must be plans submitted to all these kind of things. So, Councillor Aronson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, You covered me. It's one of the directors. We had to move the people. It's not about the people that sleep here in the street. It's around the ones that is at the transfer station. And one of the directors was that the people must be removed there. If someone get killed there, with that, when we move those containers, then the municipality will be in big trouble. So it's not that we want to move or waste money or create another white elephant, but we have to remove the people from that area there. And as it was explained to us, the only place now is up there. Thank you.
Councillor Charlie, then Councillor Lavelle, then Councillor Cleo, then Councillor Andrews, because I see you want to say the last thing, and I hope the Councillor of Ward 3 is going to say something.
Director of Integrated Human Settlement, you see, I hear what you are saying, but your office doesn't have a backbone. Your office can't say that we have put you here for temporarily, then we are going to remove you. We are not going to move that thing. It will be a spaza shop for somebody else, or it will be something else. That's the thing that Councillor K is quite correct. Councillor Grootboom, do have temporary houses for those people. Go and have a look there. Go and have a look there. These people, they started to remove windows and sold it. They put people to go and rent there. Because the department, you see, sometimes, I'm not saying good, sometimes, the time of Dompas, it was good. Because law enforcement will go check who's staying in that house. Now, those people, they waste the funds. They left those temporary houses there. Now we are going to put a temporary structure there. After it is done, because that thing, it's just something that is going to be done, and you are not going to take care of it. After those people, maybe you find. Then the other people will go and be allocated there, and it's going to be a forever thing. Mine is, there was a space that was found here. This thing has been coming for so long. There was a space. Why does this municipality don't want to take land? Even Tabele, there, the green pasture is nice there. You don't want to touch for anything. No, for anything. We just want to be packed in one place. The municipality don't want to take land up until the people occupy the land. Then the municipality wanted to start to act. You don't want to, there's land there. If you go up there, go and look at those shacks that burn Sunday in Bito. They are among the road on N2. People squatted there. You can put people in lots of places. Yeah, in town, my 5 minutes is not off on Tangasa Wena. What I'm saying is, I am not going to say anything because this thing, you are even the Haide Fale, I've warned you about the Haide Fale issue. There are people who've got papers in only about that land of Haide Fale, the ISO plus. The ISO plus. So now we are saying that Haide Fale is falling under what tree? The first people that go and stay there is the people that come from Salt River and Klapkop. So those people, they are still there in Honley. They were removed there. Now you want to come now and allocate other people there. It's the same thing that this municipality did with the people who are staying in the tip in Talani. You remove those people who stay there. But look how it's Talani now. It's very bad and it hurts so much. You're removing our people. This thing of the paper, I'm telling you, don't say I didn't warn you. If you want to touch the people of Honley and Bihai, touch that land of Haide Fale.
Councillor Weil, you know, I want us to give direction. When we have to give direction, there's no use. We are going to shout and with the officials. We as council are the highest decision-making body, as the Section 80 committee, we must give direction and go to the making from the okay, go to council. That's the process. This is how we're going to lead with this process. It's no use you are going to come and all these things. Because there were people, this thing was not supposed to come to housing. It was first supposed to be community service. Community service was supposed to deal with it 3 years back and sort it out. And sometimes we forget that who was serving and who is leading this process there. Can we go, Councillor Andrews?
Thank you,
Chair,
Councillor.
am I not next?
I saw you, and don't worry. I saw you and Councillor Weil and Councillor Cleo, because you start first.
Thank you, Councillor Lau. Councillor Lau, if I hear MM correctly, what he's actually saying is that this must only be a ticking exercise to show province that we are actually doing something, because this is not solving the problem. This is only to show province that we did something while we know it's not going to work. And we already did it, and it didn't work. So if he's saying that we must only do this so they can see it, then we must do it like that. But we know it's not going to work because we already did it. And if we do it and move that people to Edefale into these houses, we must make sure we also have security put on that place, because they are going to move back. They are going to move back. So then we must also have security guards on that side to prevent them from moving in. But our securities are so weak, they're stealing infrastructure in front of them. But something needs to be done. If we're going to move that people, then we need to think about plan B, putting securities on site so they don't move back.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Director. And then there's also Director of Community Service, because they are working hand in hand around this whole thing. But I will comment after everyone has spoken.
I just wanted to make the comment that we're talking here about a shelter. We're not talking about putting 20 or 30 units there. This is a shelter that is being financed, or should I rather say being supported by the Business Association. This item unfortunately, only deals with the land component of this, because it's, as correctly say, it is in our area, and that is why we're dealing with it. But I'm sure there has been an item already, discussions within the community services, Section 80, where this thing has been discussed in detail. So, Councillor K, it is not that we are just going to repeat what has been done. That will make a lot of sense, because when I saw the site for the first time, I agreed when Darius took me to the site, it's not going to work. But this is an organized attempt in this state, where there's a shelter, there's going to be a program, there's going to be all kinds of things. So I think this must be seen within the broader context of the proposal for the actual development. This is just to say we need land to actually build a shelter, which will also be done by the association. So in terms of council output, in terms of our financial output, we are not affected. We are only being asked, can we make land available for this particular development? And the question of, I take your point, Councillor Charlie, in terms of the Heidevallei, but I think we must also be aware that there is a component of the Heidevallei that is obviously subject to a claim, to the claim, which we will obviously discuss further later on in the week. But that is it. I just want councillors to understand we are not talking about putting 10, 15, 20 units down there. This is an organized shelter where people come in and people go out. And I think if you see it in that perspective, then you most probably see a different project as to the one that has been attempted before. But maybe the community services can clarify more.
I just want to find out. The land, it's a movable property. The land is immovable property. In which directorate is that falling on? No. Land is immovable property. In which directorate does that immovable property fall under? And I have a reason why I'm saying. When that, it means we are dealing with immovable property. It's a movable property. That is the Heidevallei land. Housing doesn't deal with that immovable property. It's not our function. The function of the immovable property of that land, it's falling under corporate. Now what is happening here, Directorate? I don't have a problem what is happening. The problem is they have the immovable property of land that is falling under corporate. It have to become our baby now. It become our baby. Because they are going to put a temporary structure there maybe for 2 years or for 1 year. We are not going to pay anything, but we are dealing with the immovable property, and that is land. My question is that, why must it now become a housing issue? Because the land is not housing that decide about leases of land and all these kind of things. It's not us that decide that. And I want someone to give me a clear indication. If I'm wrong, tell me that immovable properties is in the Directorate of Housing. Respond. Councillor, welcome you. And then I want to...
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. This is not really such a complicated thing, man. The custodian of this item is community services. You have identified that Heidevallei is a potential site for a temporary shelter. We had a presentation on a permanent shelter that we are working towards. This item should actually serve in the community services Section 80. There should be comments from the property department. There should be comments from your department. But it should come there comprehensively in terms of how will it work. If people are put there, Councillor Kay mentioned something very interesting. You move the people to that side, what's going to happen at the other side? So there must be a comprehensive data-driven report for us so that we can make a decision. Based on what we see here, we can't even apply our mind to this current recommendations that are before us. So I'm not saying that the item must totally be removed and it must totally be ignored, but I'm saying that the item must sit where it sits. It must go to community services. They must bring us as much information as possible, and then we can make a decision from there. And I think that is the sensible approach, Chair, rather than us sitting here and, debating to and fro on an item that we're not even supposed to really, we are not even custodians of. Thank you.
Directorate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I agree with Councillor Davis. There was indeed an item that was tabled as part of the previous community services meeting, and I believe that there is standing reporting on this particular item. I believe that why the item is potentially also now with human settlements is that Heide Valley forms part of already submitted pipeline projects for human settlements with the Western Cape government. Given that aspect of it, it is important that this committee considers that location history. There was also previous proposals of other properties within the municipality where those various custodial departments were actually consulted by the Community Services Department with respect to those properties that were under the custodianship of those various departments. One of the potential properties was a community services owned and managed property. Some of the other properties were properties that was under the custodianship of the Corporate Services Department, but the property at Heide Valley was then more recently identified as the most appropriate property after a site visit that was conducted about a month ago, just before the tabling of the item previously at the Community Services Committee. So I hope that that paints the context of why the item is potentially here. It does impact on human settlements pipeline planning that had already been done for that Heide Valley site. Thank you.
Director, I'm not still satisfied with the response, and I'm still saying that. Immovable properties, when we want to have agreement with the Greater Knysna Business Chamber about that small piece of land, we talk about the province is going to deal with it. Immovable properties is in the Directorate of Corporate Service. And I'm not going away from that. That is where it belongs. Then when it comes to the planning of what the putting up the structures, is going to the planning department. Community service have done their part. They have gone through the whole process and said, these people must be moved. Now this department must come in now and they must come and play the role. And when they come in and play the role, then that is when planning also come in and said, now the structure can be put up there. Someone must help me today here. Director, Community Services, you want to say something?
Thanks, Chairperson. No, I think you've covered. We did submit a comprehensive report via our Community Services, Section 80. We've also indicated the number of homeless. We've integrated this with the Department of Social Development. We've already started with a register. I think what is important, what the previous or my colleagues have said, is that this will be a formalized shelter, not individual standalone houses. It will be coordinated by DSD as well as with the relevant NGOs who plays a critical role in Bito as well as in George. So we did do our homework. We do have a full assessment report of all the areas in George. Just a correction, Councillor White, the one in George is not in the central business district. It forms part or nearly at the cemetery. So it's not within the CBD, it's also within the industrial area. We've done our homework, Chairperson, and I think the reason why it's here, we've discussed it with the Integrated Human Settlements Department to look at if a portion of land is available in Haida Valley. We've also engaged with I don't know if it's the Green Pastures development. There was discussions with the owner, Mr. Richardson, but it seems that they've sold that portion of land where there was a possibility for us to have a portion to develop the shelter. But it's important that we must look at this as an integrated approach. We've engaged. And I also just would like Councillor Davis just to take note that there was a report within the Section 80 committee that dealt with this issue comprehensively. And the reason why we are here is just to get a portion of land where we can establish a formalized shelter that will be managed by ourselves, by the Greater Knysna Business Chamber, as well as DSD and the relevant NGO sector.
Chairperson, it's not a tick box exercise. I'm sorry, Councillor Andros is not here.
No, she's just, I don't know. Do you know? Maybe she's
It's
in
not a
toilet.
tick box exercise, Chair. The fine is 10 million for non-compliance. It's 10 million or 12 months to the accounting officer of the institution, not Councillor Andrews, to the accounting officer of the institution. It will be adding on the 3 that we already have. We have already we already have an MI here. There's an MI that we have received, Chairperson. And if it comes again this time, it will be a repeat finding. Really, councillors, you want us to get us into that? Do you want us to mention you and say it is you that is refusing? Because this is what it is saying, Councillor Law. It's that I must write and say this is what we have done. We'll produce proof and say council has refused. Here we want a principled decision so that this process can start. This process must start. And the support that we are receiving, you know, it must start. It's a formal process that ultimately must be taken by council. It's not that, Councillor White, there's been a lot of objection from the business chamber around the shelter in town. There's been a lot of objection, you know, lot of objection on that, you know, from the businesses that are in town. They've raised it, you know. It's not that there have been no objection. There have been objection, there have been presentations that have come to us, you know, and all that. In fact, this offer by Richardson was the second one, you know, because there have been a lot of concerns around this. So really, I'm pleading with this committee. I am really pleading because what we need is just a principle so that we can be able to enter into a formal arrangement with the business chamber. You know, but they're going to fund the whole. I don't want a situation, Councillor Lowe, where when we are being hit, people will come forward and say, we made an offer to the municipality. This is what we did. The municipality refused. And then we are there on our. You know, yesterday I was sent a very nasty picture by one of the former councillors here, who sent me that around that particular place. He sent me a very nasty, something that was picked up on the Facebook. You know, something that was picked up on, it's killing us. It's really killing us. And we must fight. It doesn't mean that if it didn't work at a particular point, then we must just fold our arms and say, no, in 2020 it didn't work, therefore case closed. We must, like Councillor Kay was saying, maybe we strengthen security, we do that, and there's a more collaboration with other NGOs, the Department of Social Development, and all that. But my request is, we need something when the AG is here, where we are going to say, this is what we are doing. And that is in the form of a resolution of council. Even the memorandum of agreement will be added as part of that to say we are taking it. Then it ameliorates the situation. But if we just say, no, we are throwing it out and everything like that because it didn't work, it doesn't assist this municipality. So really, I'm pleading with honorable councillors that they must assist us. You are the decision-making body. We don't want also ourselves to throw councillors under the bus and say, no, when we write a response, we did everything. This is evidence. These are the minutes. Councillors refuse. We don't want to do that, but it's a temporary, it's something where we must be able to say, this is what we are doing, Councillor Law. So the item is correct here. You know, item can be dealt with at different portfolios. There's a portion that must come here because we are talking about integrated human settlement, not housing, integrated human settlements. Everything at the end of the day that we talk about, even if it has to be in town, I'm just making the CPT, I'm just making an example. It must be in the category of an integrated human settlement. With all due respect, that is our request. Otherwise, it's not that we are here to do that. The one for community services, Johnny is correct, was a very comprehensive item, very well prepared, well researched item. What we can do, Councillor Law, is just to consolidate the two items when it goes to council. Johnny and Doc, they can just consult so that it goes as one item. Otherwise, Councillor Law, we are not undermining anybody. We are just pleading because we understand the implication of this issue when we find a repeat finding. You know, a repeat finding becomes much more terrible. And there is a material irregularity that is currently, we have made, some of the things we are putting here are the things that we have committed in terms of the material irregularity as responses. So if we fail to do that, we'll have nothing to show to the AG. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Councillor Vale and Councillor Cleo, you are a bit last and I will make
Thank you.
submissions.
Thank you, Chair. No, I hear and I appreciate everything that you said. I'm actually going through this document that was served at the Section 18 Community Services, and I don't understand when people say that the detailed report, it gives details on the meetings that were had, etc. It also says there that no money was budgeted for it, but you said it will be done through a partnership with the business chamber, which is fantastic. But I wanted to know, in order for us to apply our mind, we need details in terms of how it's actually going to work. That does not tell us, that report that was submitted to community services does not tell us how that temporary shelter is going to be implemented, how it's going to work, how it's going to look, etc. And so maybe, Chair, I'm jumping the gun in requesting that, but in my mind, in the past, before we looked at even the temporary shelters, we knew exactly what type of buildings it would be, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what I'm saying. Time frames linked to this is when it will be set up. These are the dates, these are the schedules, et cetera, that it will be done in. So that's all that I was saying. But I agree that if that report can come, even if it's consolidated to the MACO, and then it gives us a better way to apply our minds, because at this stage, only about 2 of those recommendations make sense at this stage, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Cleo.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, yes, we all know that under community services, we know how this should work, that a shelter is not the responsibility or the mandate of a municipality. The land is the stakeholder portion of the municipality. An NGO and an NPO is to run the shelter. DSD, Department of Social Development, gives the funding per bed through a transfer agreement. The Greater Knysna Business Chamber, if I remember correctly, they actually are in partnership with an NPO, and the director has also said so now. So we as the municipality are only supposed to do the permissions of the planning, the aesthetics, as well as then assist with land. That's all that we are responsible for. We also, Director, you have advised, and I agree with you, it is going to be a proper function running shelter that will have, or a safe space that will have its functionalities. However, we need to actually, and this refers back to community services, but those appointed NPOs and the business chamber, they need to conduct a survey as proof of evidence after they've engaged with the homeless people to see how many of them will actually go up to Heidevallei. Now, there has been a survey done before, how many would like a shelter and how
Yes.
many will be street peoples, but we need an updated one now on the actual venue, because people in the shelter that want to go to shelter will say yes until they know where it is. And I remember in 2020 when we had COVID, we put the homeless people in Lurie Park as a temporary COVID shelter. And a lot of the homeless people stayed there for most of the time. The street people left and went back on the street, but they were happy to go from Lurie Park to town because that's where they scurril. That's where they get their food, it's get their cigarettes. But now Heidevallei is very far compared to Lurie Park. So that's the only challenge I have around that, the location of that. So my recommendation to all the different portfolios and directorates is we need to request and have a survey with feedback where the homeless people have actually had the discussions. Will they be going into a shelter? It doesn't help we give permissions, we give the land, but they're not going to go there. Then we're doing it again a second time for nothing. And yes, I do agree in closing, it is a section 154 urgent recommendation. We need to remove those homeless people from the transfer station. But if we've already removed them to Heidevallei and they're back, that
Thanks.
already speaks volumes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm very glad that you support that they must come to town. Because last time you didn't support it. Now you speak out. Now we want to do to Heidevallei. Now you want it in. Now you know, directorate. When we said they must be in town, they didn't talk now. Now they want them to be in town. Councillor White, you, because I want to wrap up, you're the last one, or you finish? Because Councillor Cleo said in town, Councillor Way say outside town.
No, I
Close
want to
to
speak
town,
to the
not in town.
recommendations.
Cleo, it's still my meeting. It's not a community service
Jay,
meeting.
you mustn't put words in our mouth, ne?
Councillor Lowe, thank
Can
you.
you move?
Stop speaking for us, man. We've made it clear what we think of this item. I want to speak to recommendations. The MM has made it now pretty clear that it is in fact a tick boxing exercise that they need to prove to the AG because of the report findings that there's a council resolution. So to assist the administration with providing them a council resolution, I will make the following recommendations to the committee. Recommendation A can remain as is. B, I would like to propose we can delete all of the rest of the recommendations that are there, but B can read that council initiates a public participation process on its intention to allocate a portion of municipal land in Heidevallei Nekkies for the establishment of a temporary.
Sorry, can we just switch off? What is happening now? No, you can continue.
Thank you, Chair. So
Can
B,
you switch it a little bit?
or maybe it's the phone, I don't know, Chair.
Somewhere, please, or somewhere.
I must
just
read
put
my
it.
recommendations. Yeah, that council initiates a public participation process on its intention to allocate a portion of municipal land in Heidevallei Nekkies for the establishment of a temporary homeless shelter and the conclusion of an MOU with the Greater Knysna Business Chamber. And then C, with that council supports the launch of a public awareness campaign to combat the stigma and promote rights-based responses to homelessness. Those are my submissions to this section 18.
Nou zeggen we mij, hoekom ben je nou die hele dag so gepraat en aangegaan dat ons hier in die dorp moet wees hier, maar je komt terug en sê ons moet Heidevallei toe gaan. Baie dankie Councillor.
No, they want a
Councillor Jason.
recommendation. I'm assisting
No,
them
I
to
think
give
that-
them one for the AG.
No, the recommendation is very clear. We are, the only thing that you have put in, is, it is the public participation process. But we can go with the recommendation of Councillor White, so then you are sorted. But I was never been answered by one of the directors in the MM about immovable properties. Can we move to the next item? The director, can you just brief us around? This item is about, yes, community service, you can excuse us because people waste, there's a backlog, so you can go and deal with it, please. Because I don't want to read it on social media about backlogs and things like that, please, man. Community service, I've been excused to go and deal with it. Director, can you take us through this title deeds? Because I want you to take us dealing with in the Knysna area, or how are you dealing with it? Because we need these.
Okay, councillors, Chair, councillors, this item deals with funding that has been given to our council a few years ago, and the fact that we now need to account. The actual deed restoration program, that is going ahead, and we're making good progress in our discussions with province. So that is a bit of a separate. This is about accounting, but it is linked because province has made it quite clear, unless we actually give them the money back that we can't account for, they're not going to be able to support us. But the moment we commit ourselves to do that, they will be able to support us for the next 5 years, moving forward in terms of dealing with the title deeds. So I've asked Anthony, and he is best suited to take us through, because he did analysis over the last few years in terms of where we are with the funding and what happened. So if the chair will allow him to...
Yes, now allowed him, because this money that in last meeting, these 6 million rand, no one can account for it. And it must come to MPEC. If no one can account to this money that was supposed to deal with this title deed story, someone must account. Because this is public fund that has been used. We don't know what happened with these public funds. And we talk about 6 million, because I know that we get for each house, we get about 2,000 rand per house is the housing department for each house that we are building. That thing I know, the director, manager, Daris, I know we're getting 2,000 rand per house for title deeds restoration. But 6 million rand, no one can account where the money is. Now I see you have bring someone to account. Maybe you will know, you will inform us where that money is. There was 6 million rand that was supposed that they must account, and they can't, no one know what happened to that. So now I see you have bring someone from finance that was not in properties, that was not in housing to come account for account.
Thanks, Dr. Martin. Thank you, Chair. Council, so yes, the 6 million that is currently reflected as unspent is what is the current status of the TRTBP. We've received 9.5 million. We've expensed 3.5 million over the years. And we have scrutinized all the transactions going through council's books from time of receipt up until date. And that is all the expenditure that we can account for in terms of the title deeds. The 6 million is and still remains as unspent as of today's date.
So what you are saying to us, we still have the 6 million, is what you are saying?
That is correct, Chair. We should still have the
No,
6
no,
million.
I don't want to, we should have. My question is, are you sure we still have that 6 million rand that we have?
Chair, based on that, the 6 million is not cash backed. So the 6 million or the 9.5 was received, the expense has been going on, but the 6 million is not cash backed.
So we don't know where it is. We don't know where it is.
I wouldn't say we don't know
No,
where
no,
it
no,
is.
no, no.
It has been absorbed into council funds over
We
the
don't
years.
know, we don't know where it is.
We don't know the exact.
Yes, yes, we don't know where it is. CFO.
Chair, maybe I can add to it. You remember when I started here, we didn't have any reserves, meaning that it's not only the TRP money that Anthony is referring to. Lots of money, we didn't know where they are. We have to build reserves. This is what I always preach here when we preach this thing of the funded budget, and we cannot just spend money. We have to build, and that is what we have done for the past year. We have developed what you call a budget funding plan to be able to get money into our coffers to cash back all the money that was previously used by the administration. Previously, they didn't cash back all the things. I'm talking about grants, I'm talking about the retentions, I'm talking about deposits, I'm talking about the TRP. So that is what the situation is. We are moving in the right direction, but we have not yet fully, if you've seen, we've said that our current liabilities is almost backed with our assets. We are moving the right, but we still don't have the money. That is what Anthony is reflecting. So I just wanted to highlight that, to say that that is a legacy issue. It's not to say that we don't know. It's, as Anthony have indicated, it is still in our books because we have accounted for the ones that were spent. The one that is unspent is still unspent. That is the current status.
CFO, Councillor Velo, I hear that you come with your finance wordings to us. The bottom line is, when we go out to the public, the public will say, you receive 9.7 million. Name manager Daris. You have spent 3 something million, but you can't account for the other 6 million. This is how the public are thinking outside. This is how the public portray us, that we are spending money, you don't know where we're spending this money. And it's not an issue that we want to raise to put people in a corner. It's to get to the bottom of it. You know that there's some title deeds that are somewhere and lawyers that are still have to deal with it. So the issue is, and we have to rectify it. I understand where you come from, CFO, where you come from to rectify all these things, where we were. But this item was in front of us. I asked the same question, and I still get the same answer. And the answer that I get, we don't know what happened with it. And then Councillor
No, Chairperson, I was going to suggest that the department has to be refunded. The municipality has to refund the department because there is an agreement, Chair. So we have to find money in our internal coffers.
Yes.
To refund the department, then refer this to the MPEC as you are suggesting for investigation. Refer it to MPEC for investigation. Because it must lead to consequence management. But we have no choice, Chair, in terms of the agreement that we have. We have to refund the department. We have no choice. We have to refund the department, Chairperson. So this is what must go to council, because we can't hold to ransom all other funding that must come from the human settlements, Chairperson. So your suggestion for MPEC is correct, very correct, Chairperson, but we must also add, we have to refund the department, Chairperson.
Councillor Charlie, then we are going to conclude with the item. Councillor, you are on the 6 million rand. Just want to find out. Oh. Well, do you hear what the MFA have said?
Chair, hello?
Deal with that now, okay. Councillor Charlie, can you start?
Chairperson, I'm just happy about this title deeds thing. But now, when it comes to your department, as your department, for an example, took my approval plot and give it to Councillor Lowe, how are you going to fix that? Because it is good to have a title deed. On my understanding, when you have a title deed as a single mother or whoever, you can go to the bank and say that I want a loan for my son or for my daughter so that he can go to study overseas or whatever. Then I have a title deed. I received my house 2009. Up until now, I never received a title deed. But now, how is the title deed going to go out? Because the plot number that you are going to put on my title deed does not belong to me. And the same department whereby the former manager who was working there, I asked him the other day, how could you approve 2 people with 1 plot? 2 surnames, you say that they must get, stay in the RDP house. How are you going to solve? And the last thing, this thing should have been done long ago. This work was throwing from your department to the office of Lelo. Pity. It's out of office of Lelo, it went back up there. Pity, it goes back again. You see, now I don't know who is playing what, but this is a good thing, but it took time. How are you going to hand over my
title deed, but it is Councillor Lowe's plot number that is there.
Yes, thanks.
I need that clarity.
Councillor Lavelle, because I will go with what the MMF said, this must be investigated. Councillor Lavelle.
Chair, I just want to say, the MM's one covered us, and just to reiterate how very, very concerning this is, and the importance of saying, especially to the director, that there's a lot of work that needs to go into developing the department, the staff, the capabilities, the capacities, because to sit here with this item, it's very shocking. The fact that the municipality has to pay back this money, it's a loss. So it's very serious. And yeah, I think we need to really look at this. And I mean, I think we listened to the whole morning about what happened in Sedgefield and other places. And here is another example that there are serious, serious challenges within the department that have to be looked at and that they have to institute consequence management. But really, this item, Chair, is one of the few items that have left me speechless in my term as a councillor. Councillor, thank you.
Thanks. I want us to be very clear here. This money, housing didn't deal with it. But housing have taken now the title deeds over. Title deeds and money was in another department. But now we have to rectify the mistakes of that department. We have to rectify it. Because housing previously didn't deal with it. It was somewhere in legal offices that was dealing with title deeds. And it was in corporate, the department. So I want us, so people mustn't misunderstand that is the housing have let this money disappear. It's not housing. We have took over title deeds, we deal with it, and unfortunately that's come now in front of us. And we have to deal with it. So we can go with the recommendation, but can you just emphasize, it have to go to MPEC.
It has to go to MPEC.
They have to go to MPEC for investigation, and there must also be a consequence management that have to take place around what happened here. Can you go with the recommendations? Yes. Thanks. Thanks. Well, our last item is on the supplementary agenda. 5.10, disposal of earth, 109 Karatra for human settlements purpose, Meneer Benjamin Daniels. You know, I was having a discussion with my directorate. Now we're coming with the same thing. Disposal of properties. In disposal of properties, disposal of properties is not our department function. It is not our department function.
Absolutely, Chair.
Disposal of properties is not our department function. I don't know how we're going to deal with this one, but I want to have we must engage. No, I know what Dr. Martin is going to say, I know what he's going to say. The thing is, this disposal of properties is not the function of integrated human settlement. Leases of properties, lease of land is not our function. This is because someone have written to the public protector and housing response, but it's not their function. Now we have to deal with something that is not our function. Because we are going to be summoned, or they are going to come and take the to go to appear in court. We must rectify these things because now we are dealing with items that are not supposed to be in front of us, directorate. And I'm not happy with it. And I told you, this item is not a housing function item. Housing have report to it. I want the committee to understand this is about a property that Now we must make a decision around it, but it's not our function. Let's corporate deal with the function and we remove this item. Corporate must deal with this item. It's not our function.
I agree, Chair. I agree.
It's not our function. The director, you can, because the councillors agreed, this must count to corporate. It's about, we must give Benjamin Daniels a piece of land or not, or lease it to him. Because the public protector have written to us. And we have responded where he was not supposed to respond. The people that was in that department were supposed to say to corporate service, this is what the public protector have written. Can you respond on the public protector's letters that they written to us? It means tomorrow someone will come and say, you must give that land to us, you must give that land to us as housing. We are here to build houses. And we must make sure that we are competing, doing our work as the housing department. Director, you can, I don't know how you're going to convince me.
Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson, yes, you're correct in terms of, who should take. As I explained to you, this item is here because it has, my directorate has been dealing with this matter before I came here, and we obviously need to resolve that. We have received a communication via the MM's office from the public protector, the George office, and they were ready actually in this week to come and give a notice subpoena to the MM. We then requested, and I said that this item will be discussed at the Section 80, and they gave us a temporary relief. So it is the history of the statement is it's with us, and that is why it is here. If the recommendation of the committee then is it must go to somewhere else, then I think we most probably just have to then say, so instead of withdrawing the item, then at least make the point in the resolution. You can change the resolution if you want to and say you recommend that it goes back to the corporate directorate for further, the committee that deals with that. But I think it would be wrong of us not to make a decision about something because the Office of the Public Protector is expecting me to send an email in terms of what is the outcome. And if the outcome is it must go to, we will continue to deal with it, that's fine. They want to make sure that we are actually dealing with this matter. Because again, as with a lot of other items, there's been no response from our office previously, and that is why they're at the point where they were about to come again to the
Yes.
for the MM.
Yes, I will, that we, Councillor Charlie, you can speak because this is about the item that is not supposed to be in our department.
Can I come in first?
Yes, yes,
Councillor
because
Law?
we just.
No, Councillor Law, it's a historical matter, as Dr. Martin is raising, that we are trying to catch up on it, and the public protector is on our neck in terms of the responses because somebody invited or I'll take it as an invasion of some sort, and then wrote to the public protector and all that. In fact, this matter has been dealt with by Mr. Petuna in human settlements. So it cannot be now at this late stage. We said that, no, it doesn't belong to human settlements. Ever since, this matter has been dealt with by human settlements. There is no this item. That's why he's smiling there. He knows the item. So this item has been dealt with by human, and it cannot be removed at this 11 stage because they have been dealing with it ever since. They've got the historical background and everything like that, you see. The issue is that we want these recommendations to be given consideration by this particular committee because we need to brief the Office of the Public Protector of each stage up until Council has made the final recommendation. But this item, the next phase would be the mayoral committee. Then from the mayoral committee it goes to Council, so that we can be able to say to the HE, to the Office of the Public Protector, this is what has been decided. So it's not like it is in a wrong place. No, this is not a wrong place. It's a shelter. It's a shelter. At the end of the day, this person wants to have a shelter Once that place where he's currently staying formalized, in his name, that is his place. Yes, there are processes which have got to be followed in terms of planning, alienation, and all that. But the key department is human settlements that has been dealing with this item, and I would request that we don't remove it from human settlements, because if we do that, it will get lost, and we know we're backed with the Office of the Public Prosecutor. They wanted to send summons, we backed them. Even there, because we had not responded, human settlement had not responded. Petuna to drive and find me in Sedgefield, looking for me, because now the public protector was on our neck, and I don't want to anger the public protector more than how angry they are. You see, I don't want us to do that. So I would really request that we really drive the item up to a stage of council. If council takes a particular decision, I will send that decision to the public protector. But I don't want us to stall right from the beginning. It will send a very wrong signal to that office, because as Doc is saying, I've made him the contact person, so that if is there anything else, but if they issue summons, they will issue summons to me. So I'm requesting, Councillor Law, that this committee consider the recommendations
Yes.
that we are making.
Councillor Cleo, Councillor Charlie. Councillor Cleo, can you speak? Then Councillor Charlie, then we can deal.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hear.
Sorry, Councillor. I don't want Councillor White to intimidate me in this meeting. Please, I know you are a very good person, but don't do that. Councillor Cleo.
Thank you.
Benjamin is van Karatra.
Because I am Mos Councillor Karatra and it's my ward, my people. So I see this report and we note the contents of that, and I note what the MM and the directors have said. Chairperson, I 100% agree with you that this item should actually have more information and recommendations coming from the Section 80 of corporate. But what I do want to bring to the attention of your directorate and this committee is that Mr. Daniels is not the only one in Karatra who is sitting in this situation. There are other people within Borstorp area that have also illegally invaded the land, or yeah, they took the land without permission. And they have been living there for many years. And as it says in this item, once we have now, with the housing process, allocated plots to them, they've said that they don't want to move. They don't want those plots that the municipality has allocated as the housing project. They want to rather swap out. They want to keep the land they have and not be moved. Now, there's a lot of people in Karatra, not just Mr. Daniels. So I feel that regardless of the outcome or what our recommendations and the way forward is for this, we need to be thinking of the greater good of the whole of Karatra. We cannot do one solution for and an outcome for one person when there are other people and families who are also affected by the same thing. The only difference is those families are not being recognized or assisted by the public protector. So I feel that as a committee and as a municipality, we need to take into account what will the way forward be for all of the residents who are in the same situation as Mr. Daniels. Others have not been given electrification, etc., cannot get electrification, even though they've been living on that land for many years, way before my term, because they do not have title deeds and there's no proof that they have been granted permissions to live there, because the municipality did not give that land. So now we're sitting with a situation where some people have got electrification, other people cannot get electrification. Now we have to decide, are we disposing of one earth when there's another few, more than 10 families that are in the same situation. So whilst we are talking about this item, I want us to consider the whole solution to the outcomes of Karatra as a community and not just one resident. That is my request to the committee and to this department. We need to maybe bring an item so that we can deal with that going forward. But for this item, I would say that the recommendations, and I hear what everybody is saying, that we go with recommendation A is my suggestion to the committee, that we note this. be the recommendation be that it be referred to the corporate services. That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Charlie. It is here in here.
Chairperson, the reason, even if this was not supposed to be on this agenda, we as councillors, we should be wise enough of saying that, why did this person end up to public protector? Public protector came to Naisna because of one human settlement. It's not the first person. It's not the first person. This man, he's been in this municipality up and down, fighting for his great father's legacy. It's not something that he did last year or last of last year. He's got documents. Now, the reason that he came to say that I am going to the public protector, because that's my last hope. We are saying that we're fighting for land, we're fighting for what is ours, but when it comes to certain people, we don't want to assess those people. This man has been running in this municipality. He's got documents. The province did give money to this municipality. I don't know how many years ago, for the same situation in Karatra. We don't want to go deep, but we know things, yeah. Because not everybody who is uneducated doesn't know how to keep the important documents. This man got important documents whereby the province send money. No, Councillor, no, wait. Send money for the problem of this same land. Now, 1996, come and find. 1994, come and find those people staying there. What are you trying to tell me? What are you trying to tell me, that they don't have right to stay there in that land? No, we can't. The reason that he ran now to this department is because he was fooled for years. He go to that department, nothing has been done. Going to that department, nothing has been done. We are here to assist. We are here to fight for them. We are not going to act as officials, we as councillors. We need to assist these people. What I'm telling you, I know a pile of what was said by the province about this guy. So mine is, we should now act and assist. We can't go there when we want votes for the people and say, land, we are going to give land to the people. When the people are coming here now, we are changing because we want to satisfy certain people. No, not me. If you want those documents, this man come and do a presentation of for how long he's been fighting there in Karatra, then so be it. We give him the platform. Then you will hear what I'm talking about. This man has been up and down in this municipality for more than 10 years for the same issue, and there's no resolvement. Fight to come out there in Ward 4 about a person who was supposed to get a house. This municipality never built that house up until the son went to public protector. Why should we go to public protector? What are we here for? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Charlie. Ek dink jy het baie water gedrink vandag, maar is fyn. Aubrey, you can go.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, look. Chairperson, I really want to partly agree, support what Councillor Charlie is saying. The reality of the matter, Chair, as Councillor Cleon has indicated, in terms of those other people which have been waiting for pockets of land. Unfortunately, those people did not take us to public protector. And secondly, we can't, because Mr. Benjamin, have taken this particular route, because there are reasons for that, Chair. There are absolutely reasons for that. And we can't be keeping our people. I remember some time ago, there were, those people of Holland there, which arrived in Karatra some time ago. We were very quick to take pockets, pieces of land of, which belongs to other people and give them, to those people for a particular program or project. We lease land to those people. This man, I want to support Chair to say, I mean, I think the committee can please consider. I mean, give Mr. Benjamin, whether it's a list or let's give him that piece of land. I mean, it is the reality of the matter. The man has been coming up and down. I mean, in terms of, I mean, you see what is nice about him? I mean, he's doing things within the parameters of the law. Instead of those people which are going there, go out and grab. I mean, he's applying, he wants to get a lease and so on and so forth. I mean, he's following what he's supposed to be following. So, Chair, I don't want to bore the meeting, you know, and I really want to, I know I'm not part of the committee. Hence, I want to propose that if there's also other people, as the council is saying, let those people come forward. We cannot punish Mr. Benjamin because of other people,
Yes,
right? What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. Chair, I want to, in conclusion, to appeal to the committee to consider, give the man that piece of land. Let's give the man, you know, let's give the man. Thank you very much, Chair.
I just want to make it very clear here. We are not against that. What we say, and committee members must understood, we are saying this is supposed to be incorporated. This is what we are saying. We are not against what is in front of us. I just want to make it very clear to the committee members that this item is supposed to be incorporated. And we can't run away from that. I just want to make it clear around it. We are not against what is in front of us. We have to correct this thing and say, this was corporate is supposed to deal with this item. But housing have run for the years. It's maybe now 4 or 5 years that this housing is running with this item. There somewhere in the office. And we can't come today and want to blame my new directors and say they didn't do the job. There were people before them when this thing was happening. So we are going to deal with it. The only thing that I'm saying, that this item was supposed to be dealt. When he wrote to the public protector, the housing department was supposed to inform corporate and said, this is the issue around what is happening there. How can you deal with this because it's in your department? This is what we are saying. Now we want to make political statements about we don't want to help. We are going to help him. This is why he's in front of us. We don't worry. We are going to help him. There is recommendations in front of us from A to F and from A to G. And I will go from A to G. This is my proposal. The second one, that the report necessary regarding the alienation of the 109 Kratra to be noted from there. And then we say that after advertising period, the matter must be resubmitted to the next Section 80 Committee for Human Settlements, that on the completion of the public participation process, accounting officer be authorized to finalize transfer of 109 Krata from Nice Municipality to Mr. Benjamin. This will be my recommendation. Then we deal with it. What are you committee members saying? What are you saying? So I don't know why was this political talks. Friends, the meeting has been adjourned.
Chair,
Thanks,
is the
has
meeting
been
done
adjourned.
now? But we didn't comment on it.